Oh, hi! Apparently we're live because several people just yelled that at me behind the scenes. That's Sam Riegel. This is Taliesin Jaffe. I'm Marisha Ray. Good evening, internet, critters, and Team Humaners alike. This is simply a sync test because apparently for the last several weeks, days, it's not one of those sync tests.
Oh, okay.
We're not recording film.
Got it.
But that is still probably handy. So this is just me doing a quick test. Man, that, I don't know how helpful that is.
Mosquito.
All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in for this technical test.
I think we're already out.
Are we already out?
I
got your coffee.
We'll be back for Critical Role in 10 minutes if we're not already out.
I'm Marisha Ray,
I'm Taliesin Jaffe.
and this has been
A wonderful
Sync
evening.
minute.
everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. We're gonna go ahead and hop into this episode soon. Ashley Johnston is on our way. She will be joining us shortly, but she's in traffic, coming from Santa Monica. So, but she has returned, I believe, return.
For a bit.
Or for like a while, so that's good.
Well, you can't be sure. She
I know.
could die tonight.
What? Why would you think that?
I'm just saying.
What are you
That's true.
doing?
I'm just saying.
It's true.
Take
Pike,
it back.
Pike could
That would be
possibly.
really bad, by the way.
That'd be really bad if suddenly Pike, like, welcome back, and then Pike just explodes in the game. That'd be pretty bad.
Spontaneous combustion.
Anyway, before we get into that, let's go ahead and get to our announcements for the episode. First and foremost, guys, we have until April 18th. We have less than a week left before the Critical Role survey is closed. So if you hadn't had a chance yet to help us out, to let us know where you're from, what you like about the show, what kind of things you'd like to see in the future about the show, you can go check it out.
What your turn-ons are.
I don't think
Don't
that's-
send
I don't
those.
think that's
Social
in the
security
preferably.
number.
Oh.
That too.
We've seen a fan art, we know.
Yeah. At geekandsundry.com/CR survey. So we got a few more days. If you haven't yet, take a moment, fill it out, and we appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Let's see. Taliesin, Wednesday Club. What you got coming up?
Oh, Wednesday Club. We're finally, because I forgot that I was leaving town for some reason that I don't remember at all. I don't remember why I had to leave town for a reason. Yeah, we did our funny book show last week. So this week we're going to do our Comics 101. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna talk about the basics of how to read comics if you are brand new to it or if you have questions. It'll be fun. We're gonna talk about the amount of time that moves between panels, thought bubbles, talk bubbles, all the fun stuff. It'll be great.
You should bring a copy of Understanding Comics.
Yeah,
Well,
you
yes,
should.
Understanding Comics is going to be talked about. It's a really,
Perfect.
really great book.
Which, by the way, I'll talk. You
you
should get
boosted?
Scott McCloud on there.
Yeah,
and
Scott McCloud,
You have a connection.
Understanding Comics.
Let me know.
Don't do that.
read
Like
it.
not on Wednesday, but some point in the future I should give him. Anyway,
This
we'll
is
talk
Signal
later.
Boost, apparently.
All right. So, also, Satine Phoenix's first run on GM Tips went up today on YouTube. If you have a chance, check it out. Happily have passed the torch on to her. She's a dear friend for many years, an awesome girl with a lot of awesome nerd cred, and she's bringing her own flavor spin and her majestic presence to the new run of DM Tips. So go ahead, check it out. She has a lot of awesome things to say. And thank you again, Satine, for doing that and being awesome. Risha, Center Boost. What's new?
Guess who was on this week, you guys?
I know.
Guy Lombardo.
It was our
Did you say Don
No.
Pardo?
no,
But Don
all,
Pardo would have been amazing.
all great guesses.
Foster Wayne Bryan.
Foster Wayne Bryan or Foster George Bryan,
You
as I
Googled
think
that.
he was originally tagged. But Foster Wayne Bryan, our very own from Vox Machina. He was on. It's a very funny episode. A lot of us make cameos. He makes a cameo.
Do I?
You make a cameo.
I do?
I do.
I know. You make a cameo. A lot of people make
I
cameos.
did
I
not
wasn't-
sign
I
any
wasn't-
sort of
Actually, you
waiver.
don't.
I was about to say, I watched
You
the
were really
episode.
Matt Key makes a
Sorry.
cameo.
Yeah, he does.
Sorry.
So several funny
Not
ones.
you.
I don't
Not
make a
him.
cameo.
But he does.
There you go. Thank you, Sam, for your
That's
cameo
right,
in the
that's
episode you don't
right.
remember.
You're out. You're out.
We also took some of your semen, so it was cool.
Oh, cool.
There you go. On that note, I am flying out tomorrow to be in Seattle for SakuraCon. I'll be there this weekend. We have awesome panels. Check out the. Thank you, Travis is so excited.
So excited.
You should come.
I love Seattle.
It is awesome.
It is
I do.
really amazing.
I love that
12
city.
man. Woo.
So excited to be up there. I'll have panel signings and a bunch of fun stuff. Check out their scheduling to make sure you can come and say hi to me. I'd like that a lot. So I'll see you guys up there tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Okay.
And of course, we have Vox Machina coming up every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific here on Twitch and Alpha. We talk about whatever this episode is. I think that's all we have as announcements-wise, right, guys?
Yeah.
thin.
That's it.
Was
Okay.
it? Was that it?
Yeah, nice.
Oh, we're still talking about the con we're doing.
MomoCon. That's right, in Atlanta. At the end of May, May 25th through 28th. So me, Marisha, and Taliesin will be there for that, too, in Atlanta.
I have an announcement.
Oh, yeah.
I met Sir Bareilles this weekend.
So jelly.
Yeah.
Oh, one
Woo.
trick,
There
yeah.
was a woo.
There it was.
That's all. That's my
She
whole
did.
announcement.
From the back.
Met
Thanks,
it, like,
Denise.
in the flesh.
Those are the
and-
streaking
and
Denise.
You didn't cry, did you?
I did not cry. Some people that I were with did cry. I'm
That
not
I
outing
were
anyone.
with. She's
And
still stroking out from it.
and I may have held onto her waist like this. Can you see my hand? I was like holding. I didn't grab her boob, but I grabbed
Like
her waist.
mid-rib.
Like
You did creeper?
I did. No, I like a real strong hug.
You didn't
Oh,
do
really
like
like a real.
Like
Like
you
a
couldn't,
real, like a
can't
real
run
like-
away.
I didn't
Hover
have her
hand.
hand. I didn't have her hand, but I put a hand on the waist.
Hover hand, man.
Yeah.
There's photographic evidence.
There is photographic
Your
evidence.
life
pretty
is
badass.
Complete.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Everything's good. She was like, "Oh my god, I love Critical Role," and I was like, "I know, right?"
That didn't
That's
happen,
it. That's
did
my
it?
whole announcement.
No, it didn't happen. Thank you.
She strictly plays Shadowrun. So.
Yeah. I always took her for a decker. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's episode of Critical Role. And welcome back. So, as we last left off, Vox Machina had found themselves finishing up dangling loose threads after they had completed the destruction of the Chroma Conclave and essentially brought what seems to be, for the time being, peace to Taldore. You helped Keyleth complete her Aramente, in which she was crowned the voice of the Tempest, and you all had one wandering thread of Hodis, the Rakshasa, of which you have now killed twice and kept returning to the Nine Hells to recoup and threaten to come and slay you and everything you love in the near future. So to cut that off at the head, you guys traveled to the second layer of Hell, this Iron City of Dis, to hunt down this Rakshasa. After signing a contract with the devil, getting the proper information, in this regard of where it was, within the Bastion of Flesh, in the subterranean prison known as Mentiri, you slaughtered a pit fiend named Urugash, and in response to that, as part of the contract, you were given passage into this prison with your equipment, and you began a madcap rush through the prison, giving the directions that you were presented as part of this deal you had made. You turned into a flock of bats, rushed down with a new friend, a dwarvish blood hunter, a werebear, particularly of the Order of the Lycan, named Tova, who you had discovered in Urugash's lair. And you all, as bats, flew through, averted a number of blockades, managed to just get the attention of a few devils that couldn't catch up to you in time, and basically the entire prison began to converge on you as you reached the central area where this Rakshasa was. A couple of scuffles in transition to that area. You were attacked by a large construct made of black chains from this lower area of the hell. And averting its actual battle presence, you systematically went through the doorways to discover the one that housed Hodis, of which he was quickly destroyed while still in his larval reforming form by Grog. You all battled through the swath of chains that were binding and pulling you back as you all reached out to join hands in time for Keyleth to pull out her tuned fork to the prime material plane and cast plane shift, and you all vanished into a familiar flash of whitish green light, and that is where we left off. So, Picking up where you left off, you all instantaneously feel the surge of magical energy just burst through your body, and all the chains that had tightened around and were threatening to crush your limbs and tear your body into a mass of just crushed flesh and blood release at once, and you had that familiar sense of just floating and darkness once more. And you see that single bead of light ahead that grows larger and larger and larger, and that light becomes omnipresent almost in its size, a familiar grid of divine fire and light. The divine gate, ancient and placed by the gods to seal both them, the betrayer gods, and any entities post-divergence away. You transition once more through this lattice, woof, impacting with the searing warmth just barely cresting the exterior of your form, leaving no damage to your soul, spirit, or physical body, but just enough to shake you as you pass through one of these small porous holes in the gate itself. Glancing over your shoulder, you can see small little sparks that you can see represent your friends who are traveling as well through this planar tunnel. As the lattice of the divine gate shifts and darkens behind you, you see a secondary small blue doorway come rocketing towards you all, and suddenly, poof, your feet hit the ground. And as your eyes focus and look around, you are in the late afternoon, standing on the dirt ground, familiar scent of a crisp, end-of-day Whitestone afternoon evening. You guys are not at the Sundry. You are by the southern portion of it, not far from the farmhand who commissioned your portrait, Jameson. But the city is there before you. The streets aren't cluttered with people, but
I don't know who that is.
Not you.
well, the Scanlan portrait. Sorry, we're still getting over it.
Remember that guy that played at your father's whatever?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So as you guys all arrive, you touch down, that familiar scent, the smiles comes over you, knowing that you've managed to successfully return to a comfortable homestead. The sky is broken with clouds, but you can still see some of the dark blue behind it starting to turn purples and oranges as the sun, though out of sight, is hitting dusk. A few people look over and glance, and you hear whispers as people begin to recognize your arrival with a flashy spark of light and that slight Terminator-like slow rise from a crouched position as you all pull out of the other side of the portal. Yes.
That's cool.
And we're all naked.
Yeah.
Where is John Connor?
And we're all
Oh, no.
No, you're fine. You're all still closed.
All right. I had this feeling. I felt like we were not going to get here. I felt like we were going to show up somewhere else. I don't know why.
This is a sight better than the 9 hells.
Could we have done that any closer to the razor's edge? I'm just saying.
Kenneth. Clutch.
I think all things considered that went rather well. Tyrion, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
It is very reasonable not to be all right after that. I think I'm going to need a moment to sit down and have a drink.
I pop trinket out and I heal him.
Oh.
Tree comes up.
Hey!
I pull out a bottle of something.
It's good.
And immediately goes from like fierce bear to I'm hurting, help me, mommy. Guard laid down, the bear is just
I've got
ripping
it
against
level
you.
3. I'm going to do it at level 3.
Okay. The armor clinks and scrapes against you as the bits of fur which are matted with its own blood kind of slowly heal as you touch the soft caress of your fingers across the bear fur.
Oh my god.
Did you fail like a petting a...
3 ones!
Trip ones. Trip ones.
You finish healing Trinket somewhat.
I think I wasn't even supposed to get 3. I'm only supposed to get 2 because it's a level 3.
Well, you still get
Whatever.
two ones.
Did you not have a 3rd level spell left?
No, I do have a 3rd level spell, so it's...
So it's a 3rd
Oh,
level.
yeah, okay,
cure wounds.
okay.
Yeah, you're fine. So you finish healing, the wounds close somewhat, and Trinket literally goes,
I'm sorry. I feel a little shaken up from that. I'm sorry. But you have some resting,
licks the
you
side
know.
of your cheek, and it's like, There's one like 13-year-old kid off to the side that's kind of just watching this whole thing go down and just goes, is that your bear?
It is. Why? Do you want to pet him?
No.
Yes, you do. Trinket, go show some love.
Slow.
So.
Scare the boss.
Starts, like,
Happy
back up.
love. I mean, Ooh.
Don't run, don't run. He
Friendly
attacks with his teeth if you run.
Uh,
Yeah, just freeze. Nose up. Let him see your nose
you
hairs.
see this scrawny boy is like frozen in place and is partially trying to puff his chest, but also you can see him fighting the instinct to just run.
If you hum to him, it soothes him.
This little, this kind of young boy starts humming, and it's off key,
That's
but Trinity
good.
kind of walks up.
No. There it is.
And you watch for that moment, the eyes just go open wide and white before at the side of the boy's face.
Good that you hummed. It was really good. It was good humming.
And then Trinket turns around and kind of just shoulder checks him and knocks him onto his ass and walks back to you.
Good nose action.
Yeah.
30 seconds back until Dory, and we're tormenting people.
No.
That's
He liked
us.
it. It was sweet.
Yeah.
Good.
This trip has changed us.
Human relations.
I'm not complaining. I very much approve.
It's nice
Feels
not
like
to hear
old us.
screams of torment at all times.
Guys, we have fuck all to do right now. We have nothing to do. What do you want to do?
Well, we've got a robot to reconstruct.
What?
Oh, Terry.
Yeah.
First thing.
Oh.
I will help with that. I've got a
Are you
very,
alright?
very large.
I'm fine. You know, we adventurers lose people in battle all the time, right? And we have it's nothing, right? It's totally normal. This happens all the time, right?
It's actually quite painful, and the hurt never goes away.
I passed the last of the green tier whiskey. For Doty. Doty. For Doty.
Doty. DT. Doty.
No, thank you. I don't know. I don't feel it would be right to celebrate right now.
How
This
long
is
did
not
you-
celebration.
Yeah, how long did you have, Doty?
Have you ever lost him before?
No.
Have you lost anyone close to you before?
No, I haven't.
Well, then you should know that that's not celebration.
This is acknowledgement.
That's right.
All right.
This is coming to terms
I'll take a
with a little bit of help.
sip to Doty. My best friend.
Your oldest friend.
My only friend.
Not anymore.
To Doty.
Your oldest friend, not your only friend.
To the thing.
When you're ready, we'll fix one up and...
It won't be the same. I mean, I know it sounds silly, but I created him, and he's just mechanical, but I feel like he understood me better than anyone else.
No, that's
Well, he
not crazy.
listened probably better than anyone else.
But I could tell by his eyes that he sort of got it. He understood. Maybe I was just projecting. I don't know.
Even if you were, it's...
I suppose I could build another. It just won't feel the same.
How else will you chronicle Doty's adventures if not with a new chronicler?
You're
Exactly.
right.
Doty will
You're
live
right.
on in your stories.
And we'll fill in everything that's been missed.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, I should. With some resources and some time and a little help, maybe I can build a new Doty.
Only when you're ready, dear.
We
Right.
definitely have resources, time, and help.
And also, we don't need to have a party or anything, but 3 cheers to you. You just survived hell and back.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
Was that on your list?
Hell was not, but a revenge plot was.
Oh.
And
Nice.
this was
Yeah.
revenge, so I think we can tick that off.
How does it feel being such a accomplished adventurer now?
Well, I've been giving that a lot of thought, actually. In fact, if you will humor me, can I read you all something?
Yes, Percy, pass the bottle.
Drag the last of all the bottles out. It's time.
If we're honoring Doty, I'd love to read to you the last thing that he wrote, well, transcribed, before we went into the hells.
I'm really excited to hear it.
Everybody brace.
That'd be beautiful.
As sort of a memorial to him. This is the last page before. Doty, take this down. He always writes everything. So, as I, Taryon Darrington, embark on a mission into the very depths of hell, I do so with no fear or hesitation. Though this undertaking is fraught with peril, I have a secret weapon that no inferno, monster, or hellhound can defeat. I am flanked by the ferocious band of mercenaries known as Vox Machina. In the days since meeting this ragtag company, our relationship has blossomed. At first, I was viewed as a suspicious outsider, then as a gallant and trusted colleague, and now, having proven my mettle, accepted as a lifelong brother and full-fledged teammate. No matter what we face in the abyss, my comrades would risk their lives for me, kill for me, and I'm 100% sure each would gladly give his or her life to save mine. Loyalty like that, you can't put a price on it. But if I had to, I'd say their friendship is worth about 210,000 gold, which, even to me, is a relatively large amount of money. Their faith emboldens me. Their faith emboldens me.
This is out of character.
But it's more than that. I've started to wonder if I have so easily won the confidence of these battle-hardened titans. Perhaps I am even more venerable, more impressive than I ever knew. Perhaps after this mission, I should return home, newly confident to confront my father once and for all. Maybe the time has come to complete my journey here and show my family that I am indeed worthy to carry the Darrington name.
Oh.
But first, revenge. Soon we will venture to where nightmares are born, and it's going to be fun, fun, fun. That's all for now, Doty. As always, correct my grammatical errors before you rest, and go fetch my sleep mask and nightshirt. And then we went to hell.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was.
Eloquent, very eloquent.
He was a special robot, and
Yes.
he was there for me in all of my darkest times and lightest times. And now that he's not there anymore, I should feel very lonely. But I don't, because I am surrounded by people who truly respect me for who I am. And I know that in that last night before we went to the Hells, I wrote that I was ready, finally, to go back and confront my father. But now, in the absence of Doty, I've decided to put that aside and stay with you all. Yes, I feel my place is here with you, my rightful place. I won't have access to as much money, but everything else about me will stay the same. And I know that you are all happy that I've made this decision to stay with you as a now poor adventurer. So maybe this is worth celebrating, I don't know. Should we go have a drink at a pub or something?
Yes, we should.
Yes,
we should.
Definitely.
I have a question. What is a sleep mask?
I don't like seeing lights at night. It sort of wakes me out of my dream state, so...
Does it go over your whole head?
Just my eyes and nose, just the top of the nose.
Just the smallest of questions, though.
Yes.
The amount that you just wrote down with Doty there, would we be seeing that before you cut off time?
I don't think we should venture up there right now.
Right. Yeah.
We have adventuring to do, don't we? Things to help rebuild and...
I've been
We
here
may
for a
Maybe taking a
while.
bit of a
It's
break.
a funny moment in time when you met us, Tyrion.
Yes?
We had a bit of a list. We've had a couple lists. And we've checked an awful lot off of them. And we're real tired. We're thinking of taking it easy for a bit.
Wouldn't it be fun, though, to just, set up shop here and hang out and...
Tinker, design.
You could repair things for small change on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
side.
yeah, that's how you can make some money. Maybe tinker for a living.
Sure. Would I charge... I mean, I haven't tinkered for money before. Do you get, what, 2,000-3,000 gold per
Here,
little...
yes, it's
Per year?
With tinkering,
Yeah, thereabouts.
I don't actually. To be fair, I don't actually know what tinkering pays.
Is there anything that pays much, much more than that?
Being a hero and adventuring, or being
All right.
born into
A lot of money.
A lot of
privilege.
money.
But you know what? I'm ready to set aside money for now.
Right.
And
Or
just
yeah.
live my life and be my own man. Because if I do, when I do eventually go back home, I don't want to seem like I'm trying to prove something to him. I just want to be my own man.
Yeah.
Right? And have him accept me for that, like you all have.
Well,
I know there's a lot of
yes.
money in like being a man whore.
A man whore?
Yeah. Sell your body, you know?
Yeah.
Put that hair to good use.
That is true,
Start
Terry.
making some coin.
You are a pretty boy.
It's true.
My hair.
you don't actually have to listen to a man who needed an eye mask explained to him. But,
Who will brush my hair at night?
well, that's
you
that's
know,
a
You
conundrum.
could make a new Doty to maybe
Yes,
a
yes.
smaller Doty just to brush
Yes,
hair.
I will.
Plus, you know,
Will you help me?
Yes, of course.
you know, if you're wanting to become a more independent and
Yes, yes, I am.
and solitary man, then maybe you learn how to brush your own hair.
As always, wise words, Keyleth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hell has done something to you.
Also, we feel very badly about Doty, obviously, and I hope that you can build a replacement. But in all the years that you were with him, did you never have? I mean, did you ever have a sweetheart or an acquaintance, even?
Nothing to speak of.
I mean, if you can push yourself to go to the 9 hells, you can go out to a tavern with us and
That's right.
meet people.
Let's
Get a little funsy action there.
Yes.
Are you talking about intercourse?
Well, at the very least, we're talking about advanced flirting. At the very least.
courtship.
Yeah, that's good.
And
Courtship.
Vax over here is a great wingman.
All right.
Get it?
I
To
could,
you.
I could try. I could try that out. Sure. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yes.
Try that out.
Thank you.
Feel my
I
demonic
mean-
possession coming back
Do
with that
you,
one. Thank you.
do you, this is forward, do you go rogue or ranger or taco or a hot dog or?
I do not understand what you are saying.
I suppose.
But lots
I
of,
suppose there's liquor and we could find out. To be magnificent. This is all sort of the trial.
Rogue or ranger?
Well, you know what? We're gonna find out, right? Let's just roll the dice
We gotta
and
teach
see where they fall.
All right.
Slang, buddy. You gotta learn some slang.
All right. All
No,
right.
but
Yes. Let's
seriously
go.
Though, but the money situation, though, like really, like
It's,
you are
it's,
paying.
It's okay.
No, but you know, you always said you pay your debts and all that, but like so you have some. So I just wanted to make sure that that's actually
Maybe
happening.
we could get to that tomorrow.
It's not on present.
No, because I feel really bad for you. I feel bad about everything, and I'm
No,
really
I-
happy for you for being your own man and all of that. I
No,
just want
it's
to make
fine.
sure
I
that.
could probably figure out how much I currently have. It's just Doty used to keep track of that for me.
Oh,
and
did you? I can keep track of it for you, gladly.
Can I insight him to see if this is bullshit
Sure.
or like legitimate tears?
I have a question.
Oh, I'm out of luck
That's
too.
so
Do I have
exciting.
to
Hold on.
roll against
Just roll.
it?
Just roll.
Oh, it's terrible.
This is worse.
No, there's no way.
Doubtful. What did
This
you
is
get?
3.
5!
What are we rolling?
Wait, what did you add? What did you add to it?
Persuasion if you're honest, deception if you're not. Don't tell me which one it is.
Oh.
But then tell the number.
Oh, 5.
5 and 5.
Five and
What does
five.
that mean?
5 and 5, he meets the DC. So tell him.
I have 34,000 gold pieces.
I thought you said you had a lot of money.
She said out of accent, appalled.
Where's my money?
She's so incensed
so
she
Vax.
dropped
So
accent.
Vax, you get the essence.
wasn't back
Yeah,
then.
here's how it works. In character, Vax, you get the sense that he,
Wait. Vex or Vax?
No, Vax, because you're the one who read this. As all this is happening, everyone's. You get the sense that maybe he's not currently worth as much as he leads on.
And I was also curious if the tears felt like crocodile tears or.
Oh,
Yeah.
just at that last moment?
Yeah, were you really like.
I just didn't want to tell her how much money I had.
Right.
But
So it's
before, I'm
bullshit.
genuinely
Absolutely.
sad about Doty.
But in this moment, a little bullshitty.
In this
Just
moment, a little bit
bullshitty.
bullshitty, I think.
Yes.
I didn't read any of that.
We don't need to. We could talk about this tomorrow. Let's just go get him drunk. He'll probably tell you if he's drunk. I'm sorry. You're right in front of me. Let's go have a drink.
Are we still in the middle of farmland?
You guys are in the street,
walking?
so you're slowly walking through the streets of Whitestone.
Okay, good.
If you're looking for a pub in particular, the one you usually go to is the Tipsy Quorum. If that's what you're going to get a drink.
That's my favorite.
I always forget the name.
Old Faithful.
It's the best bars where you always forget the name, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the way, because it's on kind of the more northern side, northeastern side of Whitestone, you do see there's a crowd of people. What looks to be a caravan is being packed up. There are a number of carts and horses, and there's things are being loaded up for what looks to be some sort of a fairly large travel pack of people. You do hear the laughter of children coming from the right of you, and then pushing through the crowd, you see Odessa, Ilya, and Gren Taldore, the children, go running past as they're being chased by two Asimar boys, blue skin, running past them, and they're kind of giving a sort of a joking chase tickle, and all of a sudden the kid turns around with a stick, and he stops and puts his hands up, and they all look over and see you guys, and then immediately get kind of sheepish and put their hands to their side. You see, Kior kind of nods, and he nods, and the kids go running off again, not really paying attention to you guys, and
We'll
they kind
go
of
get him.
they both kind of continue off after the kids, just as Salda Taldore walks up from between some of the pale guard that are currently helping load things onto these carts, and she sees you all and comes forward. Oh my goodness, it's so great to see you all safe and sound. And the last few times you've seen her, she's looked a little frazzled, but still with what remains of her formal attire, which she had on her after the attack on Taldore. Right now, she's dressed very simply. You wouldn't be able to tell her from most of the regular casual farm folk. You know, and you would have no instinct of the noble lifestyle that she comes from, and it suits her well. She smiles and kind of greets and gives a respectful bow. We're heading back to Iman.
They'll be happy to have you.
It's been a while, and now that things have calmed down, and from what we've heard, that you've all saved the city, I guess. I'm going to bring the children back to their home. We're going to be taking the Parchwood Way to the Silvercut Roadway, and we have guardians. We have people that we've hired or have agreed to come along and keep us safe. The children have kind of taken a shine to the boys, as if you hadn't noticed. If it's all right, we're thinking of bringing them with us.
That's wonderful.
You know,
Quite gracious.
well, we have the Alabaster Lyceum. Once it's up and running again, of course, and I know the headmaster there. We can provide a good education for the boys, which, upon talking with them, I think they're both in dire need of.
Yes. Do you need any help with that? I feel a bit of responsibility for them.
Really, it's fine. You guys have done enough anyway, and to be honest, I believe your sister needs your help here more than we could on the journey there.
The kids holding up okay?
Yeah, we've done as best as we could to shield them from the brunt of the past few months. But things are cheerier here. Definitely, and I think they've taken that upon themselves as well, so.
Just be prepared. The Iman you left isn't necessarily the Iman you'll be returning to. It's getting better, but it's time.
I can assure you that my memory of the place, at least the moments before we left, couldn't be any more dire than we could return to. Any semblance of calm at our home is welcome. But I'm just gonna glance over. I think Odessa has a crush on Hunan. I don't want to break her heart by keeping them too far away, so that's...
Cool, Mom.
Anyway, I think we're preparing to set out first thing in the morning, and I just want to say thank you for everything.
Anytime. Sorry we couldn't do more.
You've done plenty. And I do hope to see you if you decide to still be a part of the council, satellite or not.
Grayskull is still there.
Well, I mean, the children shouldn't be too far then. Anyway, I should go catch up to them. It's good to see you all.
It's good to see you
And
as
she
well.
kind of glances over at you with a curious look.
Good day.
Good day.
He's new, but he's proving himself quite well.
He's fine.
I just lost my best friend.
Oh, God.
He's fine.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I understand the difficulty of loss. Believe you me.
Does it get better?
It does. With people like this around you, people like them around me, it does.
Thank you, kind stranger.
You as well, kind stranger. She continues walking on, catches up with the kids.
She seems neat.
She's,
Pretty neat, yeah.
yes, neat. Neat would be the word I would. She does all right.
It was the most awkward post-conversation
Yeah.
Well-
I might have ever
Yeah,
had.
it's pretty awkward.
There's a pub over there.
Let's
and
go get him laid.
Do I see a soldier of any kind?
Oh yeah, there's a number of Pale Guard that have been assigned to this caravan that are helping put things onto the various carts.
I'm just tapping one. It says, when you're done, please let the palace know that we have returned.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course, sir. It'll be done.
We've returned for good for a while, so no immediate threat anymore.
We went to
I
hell.
will. I will do this. I will do this immediately. He
We'll
goes
be
and
in the
puts last-
pub.
Right. And he
Oh,
finishes putting one of Q's last bags up and then starts making his way up towards Castle Whitestone. You guys continue your foot journey over to the tavern.
I get on my broom and continue the journey.
Had a little too much of Percy's hooch. What's the matter?
As you guys start making your way towards the tavern, you hear a series of heavy metallic footfalls behind you with accelerated pace. Quickening. And you glance over your shoulder, and rushing from the caravan, apparently in the process of helping it being set up and part of the party that brought, or is spearheading the organization of this caravan, you see a small gnomish cleric in plate armor rushing by. Come on in.
She's back, baby! She's
This is in character, by the way.
Oh, hi. Oh, just so terrible. Hello, everybody. Hi.
So, Pike, having come along, as you've been helping out with the reconstruction effort in Iman, and was notified that some of the remaining royals of the family of the sovereign were going to make their way towards Iman, the least you could do was be a part of that. So you ushered a number of the travel carts that were intended for as part of this caravan, since Whitestone had to maintain most of their hardware within the city to remain functional. And you just arrived in the city a few days ago, and as you've been helping these people prepare and organize the whole endeavor, you just watch Vox Machina, your family walk by and start making their way towards one of the taverns just as the sun's setting, and you rush up to catch up to them.
Hey, you're just gonna walk by? We didn't even see you. Oh, hi. Oh, hey.
Oh, little Pike! Look who it is!
Hi. Hello, Siri.
Hello, Pike.
Hello.
We're
Hello.
so sorry. We know you really wanted to go to the hells
We went
with
to
us,
hell.
but we couldn't wait,
I
so we
heard.
had to go.
It
I'm
was
so sorry.
awful. You would not
I
have liked
imagine
it.
it's awful, and I just think I was a little nervous about going there because I don't know how that would affect me.
That seems like a
Just selfishly
justification.
speaking, I feel like maybe it wouldn't have been good.
Like
It's
what? Like
probably
you
would've
would have
been-
gone dark Pike
Like
or
you would have
something?
gone evil?
Maybe I feel like it would have affected me in certain ways, or you know, I just don't know.
It was very
That's not a risk we want to take.
No, it's probably safe that I didn't.
That's true. You would have been really hot in your armor.
It made my cheeks really red.
We may have
You
eaten
have
some
like a little bit of
souls.
a glow.
Really?
Percy ate a soul.
You ate a soul?
Well,
What did it
Volunteer
taste
that.
like?
It's
Percy signed a contract with the devil.
well, I may have signed a
Percy.
contract with the devil.
Oh,
What do you mean?
Well, we were in hell. It just
just what you do.
yeah,
When hell?
bad.
You go to a casino in Marquette, you gamble.
I'm never gonna.
go to-
I'm not gonna
you
do
go
it.
to hell, you sign a
You sign a
contract.
contract with the devil. I'm never going to do anything with it.
What is it?
It's honestly, it was mostly just to take care of our little problem, and in return, if I have the option of
Selling his soul.
selling my soul for power that I don't really need because I have everything I need right
Did
here.
we even tell her why we went to hell?
She knows why we were
I
there.
know why.
Oh, hey.
And I think word on the street is that you completed that mission.
We did.
Yes.
We did.
The word on the street.
We went kitten
On the
smushing.
She's a Christ. She sees
I just
shit.
heard on the street from that guy. He just told me
Man.
what happened. It's crazy.
Just a,
We're about to go get some alcohol. Do you want to join us?
Screaming
Perfect
in terror.
timing. Perfect timing. If you guys don't mind, just pick up the rest of the carts and all of it. I haven't seen them in so long.
All the cards.
She's being
of course.
commandeered.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, we'll continue. You've done
Important
your work for
business
the day.
of state.
So much stuff to do
Yeah.
and discuss.
It's really important.
Yeah, yeah.
You get the sense from the guard that he probably wasn't introduced to you before, doesn't know who you are, and figured a gnome probably wouldn't be very helpful putting things into a cart very high up. So a slight hint
be a
of like
mistake.
racism you might have gotten from the undertone of his statement, you're like, whatever, it's fine.
Whatever. He was just a little bit rude to me, so I actually don't really mind. It's fine. Don't be mad.
Point him out. Point him out. He doesn't need his ears anymore.
He's
I
just
just
set
felt
in
like
his ways.
he just wasn't very appreciative, and I was working very hard.
You probably were. I see sweat.
I did. I mean, you know how strong I am.
You're real strong.
When I make up for what I lack in height, I make up for in strength.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Show
You
us
could
the
beat
guns.
me in an arm wrestling match.
Show us the guns.
Those
They're
are
huge.
pythons.
Let's go drink.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Terry lost his best friend. The big creepy
Who was
robot
your
that drew us.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Terry.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, but these fellows have told me that they're going to take my mind off it with some flirting tonight.
Yeah. With some flirting.
Yes, yes.
Ooh. Flirting can take your mind off lots of things.
That's
So true.
Do you have someone in mind that you're gonna flirt with?
I don't know.
Yes, what's his or her name?
I assume you're going to introduce me to someone?
We will.
yeah,
We're
well.
gonna find somebody good.
Encase the landscape.
Super,
man,
super
yeah.
good.
But you tell us.
Wait,
you
do we know people other than ourselves?
We do. We know
Yeah.
lots of people.
We know Gilmore.
Anyone-
He flirts really good.
Oh yeah, we know Gilmore.
Anyone you point out to me, I'm pretty sure I can woo.
Holy shit.
Okay.
So
But let's put your best foot forward. Like, what should we be looking for?
someone attractive.
Yes.
Right.
Someone who can have an intellectual conversation.
Let's just talk aesthetics, because once you get into it, then you get to know the person.
Yeah, what's your type?
This person, what does this person look like? Does this person
Tall.
Tall.
Strong.
Okay. Yeah.
Fair-skinned.
Ooh, okay.
Basically, grog
That's about it.
Yeah. Do you want grog?
Oh, heavens, no.
What do you mean, no?
That is a lot of
I mean, you're perfectly attractive to some people, I'm sure, but you're just not my type, I suppose.
Too muscly, too bold.
No accounting for taste.
Too much body odor. Which one?
All of those
Got
things.
it.
All right.
I do have
So
a
someone
lot
more
of
like
those things.
Keyleth would be along. Someone lithe and sculpted.
I should be so lucky to have a mate as capable
Oh, that was really
That was
uncomfortable.
an interesting word. Yeah, that just
Yeah,
brought
you're,
the whole
you're,
thing.
you're knocking this flirting thing right out of the park.
You know
Don't
what?
worry, I can hold my own.
Best to just like throw him to the wolves. Let's just get
I'll
after
be
it.
fine.
And maybe
But
just
not
don't
literal
go
wolves.
right to mate. You know, like you're my mate right from the get-go. 'Cause that might
Or
freak
I want
somebody
to
out.
mate with you.
Right.
That's probably bad as well.
Yeah, just
could-
don't use the word mate. Not even in like a buddy sense.
Or like, well, yeah, you're my mate.
You're my mate.
That's
Mate.
okay. That's all right.
I'm feeling confident.
Let's go.
Remember, I'm a Darrington. I can walk into any establishment and find a young lass who has heard of me and
wow.
take her home for the night.
You
Well,
got it.
there it is.
Good,
That's what
okay.
we
All
were
right,
I
cool.
felt pretty good on
That's
that
good.
one.
That was good. Yeah.
Hard cut.
Can we do that? Is that a thing?
Dungeons and Dragons, man.
Rejection.
Hi, I'm
Best montage ever.
Roll for montage.
Yep.
Roll for montage.
As you guys make your way into the tipsy quorum, the warm interior, comfortable to you guys. You recall most of it, as most of your time spent in there has been in various states of intoxication. There's a beautiful hearth on the north end of the complex. I say complex because it's a series of rooms. There's the main tavern area where most of the drinking happens. There's a small eating area that's kind of separate to that, so they keep the localized tavern central area on its own. There's a kitchen, an open kitchen, so all like the smoke and the food smell comes just barreling through. It's pretty sparse, namely because a lot of the people are in the process of helping with the tavern, or they just haven't quite hit that point in the evening. Dusk is when people start finishing their work for the day, and they usually come in the next couple hours or so. But you do see a couple of the Pale Guard are currently just taking a break. There's a handful of farm hands that are just in there finishing a small breakfast and having some drinks. There's the bartender and a few bar handlers, the barmaid, just waiting for customers to come in. And as you enter immediately, she's like, goes from leaning to the back wall. Oh, ha, sorry. And just kind of comes up and sort of shows you guys to any table you like.
What does she look like?
She looks late 40s, probably had a few kids. She's not unattractive. She's not, going to be blowing anyone's mind per se, but she's, she's a working woman. She's confident, it seems, and she knows her job. She's a lady.
Do you have food and drink in this establishment?
She's a female.
We got both.
Do you have turkey legs?
Halfway there already.
Turkey legs.
Turkey legs.
We got the best turkey legs in Whitestone.
Shit, the gauntlet has been thrown down. I need 2 turkey legs for each one of these beautiful people here.
We really do. That sounds really good.
Coming right up. And she kind of boops you on the nose and turns around and walks way back towards the kitchen area.
Boop you on
She
the
put me
nose.
on the fucking nose.
Man, though, I want to be at Ren Fair right
I
now.
know.
Just put 1 grog, 0 for Terry, because that's happening later.
You and her.
I'm just saying,
He got boobs.
you gotta start claiming them now, because once Grog starts putting the vibe out, they just come running.
I have an idea.
All right.
What if we have a contest?
Oh no.
Great.
Whoever takes her home,
Oh
or
no.
just... I don't like having a woman be a part of a contest.
No.
terrible.
Let's follow
I
this
just
thread.
mean, I'm not trying to...
Tell us more, holy hooligan.
I'm not trying
Tell
to
us more.
Moral compass.
Moral compass.
She's an imaginary woman on graph
Spend-
paper.
how
Go
about-
for it.
Spend the evening with.
I will...
Spend
No,
the
it's
evening.
still the same
It's still the same thing.
Well, no. Just it could
Maybe
be
I've
talking.
become
it could
terrible.
What about win the affections of?
Win the affections
Get a
of.
kiss from.
Be of that young lady.
Who she likes better?
Maybe we need just all new
Yeah.
stipulations, like
All right.
whoever chugs
I like
a
this.
pint the quickest.
No. I like
Okay.
this.
Who she likes better and Pickles the judge? That's easy to do.
All right.
And then if she rejects
but
both
let's
of them,
make
we all win.
Let's make this interesting.
Yeah, that seems hyper subjective based on someone's internal monologue that we can definitely not hear.
Hold on. I picked Terry's interest over
Yes.
there.
No. I like this.
Yeah.
If she prefers me,
Okay.
if she prefers me, I'll have that magical cup of yours.
My magic what?
Your magical cup that makes liquids.
Terrytown, be careful.
Oh, the jug.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, shit got real.
And if she prefers you over me,
Then you pay your debt to us.
you can have my rod.
How about
Can I be in this contest?
How about
Yes.
the jug for that fancy fishing lure of a helmet you got?
Why would you want to hide your beautiful head?
I don't, it's just shiny.
This is...
He likes buckets.
My rod can become anything, you understand.
So can mine, baby.
You broke yourself!
Dragon killer, debt eraser, takes all shapes and forms.
The helmet is worth more than you will ever see in your life. I don't think that's a fair wager against
Fair
your
enough. The jug for the rod.
The jug for the rod.
Yeah.
Jugs and rods.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, let's go this
There's the episode title right there.
All right, big boy.
Yep.
You swing first.
All right. I'm waiting on my turkey legs. Just watch. Watch and learn.
So,
my
in the
God.
meantime, you guys come to the bartender. A few drinks are brought by. The woman comes up again and lays out tankards and glasses, whatever's available. They don't. It's not a very fine establishment. It's whatever's functional. So some of them are more like clay-based mugs. Some are metal. What's up?
Oh, I said it's perfect for us.
Yeah, it works out great for you guys. It's a motley of various containers, but all the drinks are scattered across the table. All right, your turkey legs should be ready in the next, whenever they're ready, I guess.
Oh, you are too kind. And a beauty to boot. By the way, do you happen to have... We've just come back from a very intense battle. Do you happen to have a needle and thread?
Why, whatever for?
My darling, it's because I'm so ripped.
Wow.
She can't stop the smile. Like a grin across God's face. She goes,
I feel like us at the table should actually get to rate the come-ons. Like, the females should
I'll
get
see
to rate
what I
these.
can do.
All right.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
No, I
Beware,
I want
this
to
is
know
a
this
no
as well.
wig zone.
No.
Don't get too
Wait,
close.
you're jumping in on this?
Oh, I'm not getting in
steps
on
off.
this. I want to know
She
the
turns around and heads back
Yeah,
to the
all the
kitchen.
rating. 50 gold says she hates all of them.
I technically can't bet because I do actually know everyone. Like
Oh,
enough
here.
to.
Right. To
I
know.
have a little more inside knowledge than one should.
Is she gonna hate all of them?
God, I hope so.
About 15 minutes go by, you guys are having a conversation, you're catching Pike up with what you guys have been doing in the city of Dis and all the chaos, and in the middle of telling an incredible story about how you ran into Tova, right as you get to that point, all of a sudden, plates hit the table, and you can see these beautiful turkey legs, fresh out of the oven. They're still kind of sizzling on the outside. She goes, careful now, they're hot. Do you know the drink? Anyone else?
Yep, I'd need another drink, don't you?
You don't even
Yes.
need to ask that again the whole night. Just
Excuse,
keep it happening.
excuse
Good
me,
to know.
madam, if I may. Hi.
Hi.
My name's Terry Darrington.
Hi, Terry.
It's lovely to meet you. I'm ashamed of something, and I wanted to tell you about it. My friend over there, the big one, pointed you out to me and said, look at that beautiful girl across the room. And I'm ashamed that he had that moment of seeing you before I did. For knowing that he got to experience that beauty for a moment longer than I, why, it's almost enough to make me cry. I've read many books, but your hair could fill a novel with its beauty. Your eyes are sonnets, your nose and mouth epic poems. And almost any feature of you could be enough to live a life on. But I'm afraid it's your neck that got me. The subtle curve, the way it meets your chest just so. It's like a wave crashing on a beach, at the same time ferocious and peaceful. I want to go to that beach. I want to swim in that tide. I want to dip my toes in that water and experience it for myself.
This is legit the twins over here.
Yeah.
There's definitely a long pause. Wow. And you're gonna reach over and grabs your mug and slides it away. So I think we're cutting him off.
Man, well, I think that's a good idea. Would you like to take a load off? Join us for a bit. I'm sure your legs are super tired.
About 30 minutes or so before the rest of this place fills up with folks far less interested in the news, so unfortunately, I gotta be ready for the rush. Your words are sweet and flowered, but I think I may be a little old for you, Sonny. Slides the drink back.
She got some experience.
Man, I can just picture the spot in my bag of holding that rod is going to go into.
I don't think that's a clear win.
Yeah,
That's not clear.
You might as well just pack it up right now.
No, right now it's even keel. I feel.
I mean, we decided
The night is young.
Likes better.
What?
That's open.
I mean, if you're pursuing like a
That was
flowery
not at
lady
all.
who's never met a real man in her life, then
I've
maybe all this
read
flowery
that was a
work would
chapter
go.
from a book I read. I just recited it back to her. I assumed it would work because it was a romantic novel. That's all.
Grog was basically an asshole, and he still did better than you.
Basically.
Don't women like that sort of a thing?
What, assholes?
No, flowery language and stuff.
I'll give you a layup. All right, you go up and just repeat after me. You just say, "I want to be on you."
So that same one or a different one?
Yeah. You just got to be blunt, right? You went the real flowery, like exotic way. Now just baseline it, right?
Yeah.
You got to get like the dial tone delivery.
All
I
right.
want to be on you.
As you guys are having this conversation, she comes up again and begins filling drinks.
Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to say to you.
She immediately sets the glass down and goes,
I'm sorry,
Just
I was taken before.
Just right out.
I want to be on you.
No.
I want to be on you so bad.
No.
make a persuasion check.
If this works, this is gonna work.
better than
That
his
is
first
so much
attempt.
better.
26.
Okay, so she laughs. She goes. Oh. Honey, I give you points for boldness.
Points?
Just points. She grabs the bottle, finishes pouring the drinks, and just turns around and leaves.
You're some kind of a genius.
Telling you, man.
How did you do
Telling
that?
I feel
you.
the wrong lesson was learned here. I just think we need to reel this all back
Was
a
that
bit.
the rod? Oh, I forgot we were trying to get you laid. Oh, it's a competition. Right. Sorry.
Wow,
You're gonna lose
that
your
was
jug.
amazing. She just went for the bad boy thing. Huh. Women are fascinating.
Oh no.
Well, that's fucked up.
Hold on.
That's
I'm gonna
not a
try.
good lesson to learn.
I'm gonna
No,
try
it's
and
not.
seal this up right now. I get up and leave the table, and I go over to the barmaid.
Oh boy.
Okay, she's in the process of filling 2 plates. She's bringing over her hair. It's kind of frazzled at this point. And more people are coming in now as the hour's starting to hit, where people are starting to fill the tavern floor for food.
Do you want a hand with that?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
here, let me
appreciate
help
that.
you. Yeah,
She
I
hands
just
you a
wanted
few,
to-
gives you 2 plates, picks up 2 of her own. This way, and she kind of leads you over to one of the far end tables in the other room, and she sets the plates down. Here you go, honey. Here you go, honey. Takes the plates from you.
You
There you go.
look so busy. Will you
I
do me
am.
a favor? Mm-hmm. If I give you like a lot of money, will you tell the guy over there that we had a sweet shag?
If you could hear the pop in her head of trying to contemplate what you just asked, it was audible over the music of the tavern.
You look like really busy, and I don't want to offend.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
That's a 2.
Oh.
TPK.
Nope.
3. Casanova.
How did you get a 3 from a 2 you rolled?
2 plus 1.
Oh, you put. Oh, okay. There we go. It's like your crew. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Maybe the only thing he knows.
She goes. How much money is it?
Shit,
No.
numbers.
Oh.
And she walks
Did
back.
she say no? She said no?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll walk back to the group. It's me and her later tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Make a deception
That
check.
easy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting
Can I roll against that?
Yeah.
20.
Anybody who wants to make
this
an
an
insight
insight
check,
check?
go for it.
Don't you
I'm
fucking
insight
betray me.
checking it.
Natural
Rob.
20.
Yeah, definitely higher than 20.
So
I can't roll any higher.
all
than
of you
that.
pull back and groan, except for Tyrion, that looks kind of broken and crushed momentarily.
Terry, Grog is teaching you the opposite of what to do.
What do you mean? Girls don't like the bad boy?
If you want to discover what girls actually like, ask girls.
Maybe talk to them.
We've got
But
three
don't talk at them.
All right.
Talk to
Maybe
them.
individually.
wells of knowledge.
Keyleth,
Oh no. Uh-huh. Yeah.
your hair is like angels coming down from the sky.
Nope, already lost it.
Talking to, talking
Nope,
to.
no.
Talking at.
Yes.
Don't talk to the hair.
Why don't you for starters, ask them a question about themselves.
All right.
Good idea, good idea.
Yeah.
You know, instead of maybe just talking about
You
yourself.
don't necessarily want to tell them things, you want to talk
Right.
to them and
Alright.
learn about them.
How much money do you have?
Oops.
Whoa!
No, that's a question for me, darling. Yeah.
Maybe less like a monetary stat question, and maybe find a question about her personality or about her past or something that interests her.
All right, all right.
Yeah. Try again.
All right. Hi, I'm Tyrion Darrington.
Hi, Terry. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, what do you like to do at night? Do you have a servant who brushes your hair, or do you just brush your own? No. Have you killed? No.
Try
In some pubs that could have gone well.
You're getting close. Just try for once to think about someone other than yourself.
At which point she goes back to the table to bring your third round.
Try it now.
As she does, she goes and returns all the mugs to the table, finishing with yours, and she kind of slides it forward to you. Gives you a wink.
Later tonight, player.
I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot earlier.
It's okay.
I was taken by your obvious beauty, but there's so much more to you than that, I'm sure.
Come on.
If I could.
You got it.
If I could
Easy.
One thing about herself.
tell me about yourself. Would you like what? How do you feel about? What do you do during the day when the pub's not open?
Oh.
She's kind of taken aback for a moment, goes, looks at everyone else at the table like a, who are you people kind of look.
Yeah, Matt. What does she do during the day when the pub's not open? Come on, Matt.
I'm a writer and a reader. What are your hobbies?
My hobbies involve raising 2 children after Darren left about 10 years back, and working hard to make some money, and hopefully one day get out of this shithole tavern and maybe start a business doing some sort of I don't know, textile work. Which, by the way, brought your thread and needle. And she throws down what looks like a half-done, kind of shoddy knitting job.
We need to hunt Darren down. This is something that
Those
needs.
children are lucky to have a mother as hardworking as you.
They're lucky to have a mother this day and age.
Oh, so true.
She grabs one of your drinks.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have a family, because it would be a shame for someone like you to be alone.
Honey, you having a hard time asking questions? I get the sense that you're new to this whole thing.
Yeah. Yes, I am. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm floundering a bit.
It's not hard to read from you. Let me tell you. First thing helps a lot. Ask what their name is.
What's your name?
Shauna. Shauna Rual. What's your name?
Tyrion Darrington.
First thing you told me. Didn't even ask first.
What is that mother's name?
Bringing it all back. Bringing it all back.
There you go. Now it's nice to meet you.
It's lovely to meet you. I could end the evening right now, having learned a lot from you already.
Great.
So I appreciate
Come
it.
back with you next round. And she leaves the table.
Shauna.
She's awesome.
She is awesome. I like her a lot.
Yeah,
Right.
I think the lesson went well tonight.
Feeling very positive. about
Yeah.
the whole deal.
Wow. Wow. I feel I'm speechless.
Alcohol's worth.
Well, a draw then?
I feel that this is a very reasonable draw.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm looking up.
All right. We'll continue then.
Well, this
Until
will go
this
very
is done.
Fine, jeez, draw. Just cause.
I defeated a Goliath.
How many more things on that list, Harry?
So many.
As you simmer, Grog, you pull up your tankard and take a sip, and it is the most watered down ale you've ever had in your life.
Don't show anything and drink it all.
Rest my head on Keela's shoulder and say I almost wish we were back in the city of Dis right now.
Woof.
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 Why?
What for?
Enough of that.
How come? Did you like it there?
No, it was terrible. It was terrible. Everything looked the same. It was dark, it was grey, it was full of fucking nightmares.
There were really terrible people
It was
there.
terrible.
People were being tortured. We saw it happen. You would have. Oh, we saw a torture chamber. You would have loved it. I thought of you.
That's true.
true.
You would have been
Get
really
anything
No, I almost did, and then I felt like really weird about it.
And we did, I take it back, we did meet one really cool person
We met a bear.
there.
Yeah.
A bear
A
there.
bear.
A werebear.
We're there.
A werebear there.
Did they make friends with Trinket?
Trinket was. I think he had a bit of a crush. Trinket.
Yeah.
I don't
Did you ever
I've
crush
never
on
seen
Tova?
Trinket move.
Back in the trinket is
like
sitting
an
by the
hour.
doorway, which has been great. Because every time a patron walks in, goes like, hey, huh, and slowly has to step a wide circle around the bear that's just sitting right by the entrance.
Armored bear.
Over.
What is it that you miss about the city of Dis?
Oh, I was being facetious. I just meant that performance was a little tense, Terry, but better toward the end.
It was. It
Yeah.
was. It got better.
Improving. It's good.
Yeah, look at you asking questions.
I'm trying.
Names?
How did you like
Surviving
it there,
hell,
Terry?
talking to women. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Talking. Yes, I know. I haven't really picked up a woman in a bar before. I mean,
Was that on your list?
no.
Oh.
Well, like, you have, like,
You've picked up a woman before, but just not in a bar?
No. I mean,
You guys have noticed at this point, by the way, that Shauna has kind of sit down food at the nearby table and is kind of listening in to this conversation as you progress.
I've never hit on a woman like that before, or any for that matter. As I told you, I led a sheltered life, and I've really only had one romantic experience.
Was it with Doty?
Oh God, that Doty was a machine made of metal.
Was
I
it
would
with
never.
We're not judging.
No, it's not judging.
It would have been my first question too. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
well, I mean,
Sorry.
It was a
burn
joke. It
grip.
was a joke. It was a terrible joke.
We've never met anybody like Doty before.
It's true.
I was a bit
Seriously.
awkward with girls before I started out into the
Really?
world. Oh yes.
You,
Well, I had
Debonair.
I had a lot of sisters, and
royal.
well, we end up sheltered, don't
He's
we?
got really good technique. He always brings bottled liquor with him.
I learned very quickly. She's an excellent teacher. Never mind.
But no, the venturing and going out into the world, you learn a lot. You become, you learn, you meet people, you get out. It's good for you.
Yes.
Look at all these people.
I was very sheltered. Were all three of us sheltered on this side?
These are all sheltered children.
Yeah, we're pretty
at this side
sheltered
of the
over
bar.
here. Yeah, this side of the bar.
A little bit.
Yay, sheltered kids! Hey!
Awkward.
Awkward.
As you guys are having this conversation, Tyrion, you feel a hand kind of hit your shoulder and kind of turn you back a little bit, and it's Shauna. She kind of leans forward and goes, "Listen, honey, if you're looking to go ahead and find yourself an evening, wait here about 30 minutes. I'll introduce you to someone." And she releases your shoulder and goes back to work.
Shit.
This is also why you always make friends with women. They have friends. There's just networks of them. It's brilliant.
That is some of the best advice I've
So
ever
true.
heard leave your mouth.
This is
Thank
great.
you.
This is so great. So, I mean, like the one time before, right? The one romance you had before. Did it go well?
No, it did not.
It didn't.
Oh my God! No, wait.
Wait,
no.
what did you say? What did I miss?
Wait, what did he say?
Did your father find out about?
My father did find
Oh
out.
my God!
What?
What happened to her?
More liquor. More liquor.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute, oh god.
Did your
Shauna
father
comes
not
by and
Oh no, we're sitting
So
down. We're sitting down
starts
for
refilling
parental
drinks
issues. This is
rapidly.
Parental issues.
We all scooch up chairs. What happened?
Welcome to Vox Machina.
Yes, this is the part of the initiation process, Terry. We all went through this. Tell us everything.
You guys are friends, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Yes.
Yes.
My father, as I told you, has threatened to give the entire legacy of his estate to my sister because he doesn't feel that I am ready to take the reins. I'm not strong enough and I'm not vicious enough. But it's more than that. He caught me with a tutor, once.
Whoa.
He gave me all the best tutors.
Apparently.
And I learned a lot, but there was one who taught me some extra things.
Stuff.
What was her name?
His name. His name. It's embarrassing.
No.
Oh no, I think I know. Please go on.
Lawrence.
Good name.
Fabulous name. Larry and Terry.
That's adorable.
That's
It
so
was
adorable. I'm
adorable.
so sorry.
Adorable.
He and I hit it off. We would talk about literature and philosophy and all sorts of things until the wee hours, and my father walked in on us once, and I don't know what happened to him, but I'm afraid he's dead.
What?
Or banished or something bad. I don't know.
Dickhead follows
I
you around.
never saw him again.
That's awful.
How much older was he than you?
Yeah, just a few years, 10 years older than me.
How
old were
old
you?
were you at the
This was a few years ago, so I was just
Oh,
maybe
well.
maybe 20.
Oh, well, all right. Okay. And you confronted your father? Did you try to find out what happened to Lawrence?
Oh, I wasn't a little boy. No, no.
You didn't lead with that.
We're just checking.
No.
Well, Terry, why didn't you tell us that? Maybe we've been taking the wrong approach this whole time.
Well, I am a dashing adventurer, and I'm supposed to attract all the lasses of the kingdom, right? They throw themselves at me because of my daring do and bravery and my
They don't.
hair.
Have you experienced that once?
No, but I feel that in all the books I've read,
Yeah.
they never tell of the adventurers who go to bed with older men.
Terry.
They
You know why? Because those adventurers are busy actually having a good time. It's the
Has-
ones that have just full of shit. that
Has
have written all
anything
the-
you've gone through with us been like the books you've read?
No, it's much grosser
Yeah.
in real life.
Right.
And more terrifying and so badly planned. So badly planned. I mean, every book you read is tactical geniuses and strategy for days, but we just go in with nothing. Nothing at all. No backup plan.
And
No
why do you
exit
think
strategy.
that would be any different than our dating strategy?
It's terrible.
Yeah, everything you read about romance, that's horseshit.
Well, we should find Lawrence. We should see if we can find him.
He's probably dead.
Do you have any piece
We should
of him?
scry on him.
Yeah, do you have any piece, like a reminder of him? Any items?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Can you describe
Nothing.
him? Would it work? I mean,
He was tall. He was fair-skinned.
Can
he
you,
was strong?
since we're friends now, you're learning about us. What does your father do that you suspect he killed this poor man?
Real estate.
real estate. Like.
He's a land baron.
Never trust a man who sells property.
Real estate. He buys and sells properties and mostly buys and holds, leases them back to the kingdom who sold it to them for a huge markup and charges taxes on people who use the properties, exorbitant taxes, and he shakes down people who use his properties, and it's all very shady and murky, but it all involves real estate.
You don't want to be that.
Do you like your father?
He's a great man. He's made a lot of money, and he is respected and feared by many.
Yeah, but
Look, we just killed a dragon that made a lot of money. I don't
do
necessarily
you
think
like
that's the-
your father?
I hate him more than anything,
Then
but
why do you feel like you need to impress him?
because, I don't know, he's my dad.
I got you, boo.
Daddy issues.
Kind of want to rough him up a bit.
Rough me up?
No, not you, not you. You're fine. You're fine.
We've already
Oh.
put you through the ringer, darling. You're fine.
Well, shit, Terry. You don't have to go back to him if you don't want to. You can stay with us.
You can do whatever you like.
And be poor.
Well,
Be
only
modestly
keep.
wealthy.
And
There's
there's
worse things than poverty.
more to respect and honor than just money. A lot more. In fact, generally, money tends to make you
Miserable.
shittier.
No, you know what? I don't fully agree with that.
I don't fully agree with that either. Although I spent quite a bit of time before I met this group of people, dirt poor, beggar poor, and it wasn't the best time of my life, but I don't remember my point. It was actually pretty awful.
I think you were going to bring up how you shat on money when we first met you and talked about how it was pointless and didn't bring you happiness. if
It's
you'll
true.
recall.
I did say it was pointless
You
and
did
didn't
run
bring us
from it
happiness.
for
You
a
did
long
give it
time.
away.
And because it comes with an enormous amount of responsibility and there's complications. And while it's nice to have, because I'm using it to do some good in the world now, and because without it she becomes slightly more questionably evil than she currently is, bless.
She's so.
It's not the secret to happiness. It doesn't actually help if you're not already happy. It can augment existing happiness. It just doesn't create it from scratch. It's not.
I feel like we're suddenly talking about your problems.
Or baking bread. I'm not sure. I felt
Still
my
your
metaphor fall
problems.
around.
Yeah.
Going to drink more.
Yeah.
Terry, did you want to get laid tonight?
No, thank you.
No?
I think Grog's offering.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, I'll pay for it.
Like a house of ill repute?
Yeah, like, have you ever
Actually,
been
that's
to the
very
lady
good
favors?
reputation, to be fair. But
Oh.
A brothel.
Yeah.
Me,
Yep.
Terry and Darrington, in
Yeah.
a house of flesh?
Yeah, you go in, throw some spaghetti on the wall, see what sticks, and have a great time.
it does not actual spaghetti. You don't have to.
It might
Well,
It's been a while, to be fair.
be. What do you think?
mayonnaise at the very least.
Oh, that's funny twice, too. That's funny twice. My God.
Wow.
Cheers.
What do you think, man? Huh? I know, like, if we had said, like, you're gonna fight a dragon and a kraken, you'd be like, no, not me. But this is a chance for you to go to the big time.
Maybe take some pressure off and just practice talking normally to people who are going to be very gentle with you about the whole process.
Yeah. You don't even have to do anything.
Yeah, you can talk if you want
You
to.
can just have
Pike,
an hour
are you
of their
encouraging
time.
me to go to a brothel right now?
Listen, I do think that going to, as you put it, a house of flesh is a part of
Just the gross.
being an adventurer. You know? it's kind of like a rite of passage, and it's just something that you do.
Have you been to a brothel?
Well, where do you think I go when you guys leave all the
I miss you so much.
Then wait, then why did we
Spreading
go
the
get,
gospel.
why did we
wherever
go
she
get
goes.
mimosas and go shopping when we had our girls' day?
Why didn't we go say again?
I said, why did we get mimosas and just go shopping on our girls' day?
Sometimes
I feel
that's
like we
fun
got
too.
robbed.
That's fun
Well, those
too.
are so fun too.
That's fun too.
Don't go shopping next time. I never do.
Vax and Vex, as you guys are having this conversation, you notice that Shauna is in the process of conversing with the figure at the bar who sat down not too long ago. You only see from the back, but you see a set of armor that is Pale Guard specific. They have a brief conversation, and the figure turns around and begins to approach the table after glancing over the shoulder a few times towards where you guys are sitting. As you guys are talking, from behind Terry, and a large figure kind of looms from behind and smiles as you guys recognize, with the brunette hair pulled into a tight bun behind, the kind of healing scar on the face, you see Trisha, one of the Pale Guard.
Yeah! She beat me in arm wrestling.
Trish the dish.
Trish the dish.
Yeah.
As she walks up and leans and kind of leans in and kind of touches the edge of your shoulder, pats you, and goes, "Hey, so had a long day? Been told you had a long day?"
Shit.
Yes, I have. I
Wanna buy
lost.
a drink?
Just say yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
What do you have?
Your finest, oldest wine, I guess. Oh.
Gotcha, scotch. All right. She packs in, walks back over to the bar.
That was hot. That was hot. Damn. Oh, I'm good.
See how she did that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
Feel that?
learn from Trish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm learning.
I
Don't-
feel like I just learned something.
Don't quote fairy tales anymore.
All right.
I mean, unless you want to. You know what? That's the thing, though. If that's the way you think that, you're gonna pick up a girl, then maybe that's or a guy, then maybe that's the way that you will, and you'll just find somebody that likes that, and you might get a lot of rejection until that point, but eventually you'll find the person that it registers with.
2 glasses slam down on the table in front.
Oh, you'll
Both
just have a
Terry
great
and
time.
her.
Yeah.
She pours a really thick amber-like liquid into each of these. Slams the drink down, pulls her bun out, and her hair kind of curled up and crimped from being put up, kind of falls around the shoulder.
Don't puke. Do not puke. Do not puke.
Nope. Nope.
You're doing great.
What's your name?
Shanna, we're taking the bottle. They call me Trish. What's your name?
TD.
Well, TD, let's go and have a walk in the moonlight. And she takes you by the arm and lifts you out of your chair onto your feet.
Oh, she lifted me up.
I lift out of your chair onto your feet and goes,
I don't.
"Good to see you guys." Still working out?
Yeah. I mean, probably couldn't take you.
God, no, you couldn't. See you next Winter's Crest, right? All right, have a good night.
Sure.
You're coming with me. And she kind of smacks you on the ass as she pushes you out the room.
Tell my story.
You guys watch as Trish, who's a good 7 or 8 inches taller than Terry, and is kind of just guiding him with one hand in the middle of his center of his back, just pushing him out of the tavern. And you see them both disappear into the now dark.
Take advantage of that boy.
Yeah.
Dude, I had a thing for Trish once upon a time.
No, you did.
Oh,
How
no.
are you okay?
Once upon a time?
Yeah.
Do you still?
Well, I mean,
Was it a little painful?
You could go rescue
You
him.
could. You know what? He's not going to be into it.
no, I am not CB in that action, all right?
CB.
Yeah, canary blocking.
Could we get an insight of if Tyrion seemed excited or just terribly scared?
Sure.
Right.
21.
Well, that's better. That's better than what I rolled.
Tyrion.
Very scared.
Not happy at all?
Oh,
or
I mean,
like,
interested.
cool? Okay.
But scared.
I think he needs this. I think it'll be all right.
I agree with Percy.
He seemed interested.
I hope he likes it.
This is so uncomfortable to talk about.
I don't want to think about.
I mean,
What
she's a
have you
handsome
done?
woman,
Question.
so probably.
Do you have your orb?
Why are you asking, Percy?
Just saying.
I just.
Cry on that.
Why are you asking, Percy?
I'm just gonna double
No.
check. It'll be fine.
Pussy.
Just gonna double check real quick. I haven't started anything yet. I'm just gonna take a peek.
I'm gonna give that a big fat no.
What if
No.
I
No.
owe you a favor?
The voice
Bless
of the
you.
Tempest is overruling you on this one.
I'm appealing beyond the voice of the tempest
By the
to the heart of the storm. I'm asking the heart. I'm pleading for the heart of the storm, far beyond the voice of the tempest. There's nothing to be heard here.
the voice is voice is very loud right now. Sorry, the voice cannot hear you. Blah blah blah. The voice is gonna have to take a
You
message.
could always try following them.
The voice used to be fun. that's
Yeah,
all I'm
Percy,
saying.
why don't you go, like, walk down the hallway?
Because I didn't want to disturb them. And
It's
if they
outside the room.
They know that we're watching, it would disturb them. And this is just a
Okay.
cool, nice
I'm
little
gonna
quick
go
way to
roll.
check.
I just
You
got
mess
a
with the
glass.
tempest, you
I'm
get
gonna go
the
listen
hours.
in.
You better be careful.
And make sure
They
everything's okay.
stepped out of the tavern.
shit,
I'd also
they're
like to point out
they went out into the street.
Okay.
You were the one who told me that I could not scry on Scanlan to respect his privacy.
Yeah, but
So-
I give a shit about Scanlan.
Oh.
Oh, you in here, it's okay.
Oh.
He's not here.
He's my best friend.
Doty, but I mean, he means well.
trying.
Right?
He's fine.
He's
He's
trying.
fine.
Hey, we don't want him to die outright.
No, of course not.
I don't
We're
want to
keeping
watch
him
a Terry
around.
porn.
You don't have to watch. I just want to
Short
watch.
term, are we?
It's just me.
You're very strongly peer pressuring me right now, Percy, and I don't know
because
how I
we're
feel about
peers.
this.
I'm gonna watch
I'm a
that?
bit drunk.
No. Never mind.
Keep him from doing that?
Can you even scry?
I
if
don't
you
know. I've
have
never
the-
tried.
They left the tavern.
you wanna try?
Can we at least,
Yes.
All right,
you wanna
Percy.
follow him, see where he went?
Try to scry. I give him the scrying eye.
Does it require attunement?
See if you can do it.
Scrying is not required to no. It gives the ability to use the scry spell once per day.
What you can do.
Okay, I'm gonna try and use it.
Okay.
Just-
He's gonna be beat
Just
up
for the
until it's
sake of
taken all
this, I'm
his
gonna have you
money.
go ahead and roll d20, add your intelligence modifier.
If he crits, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Nope. Can I use a resolve for this or no?
Resolve is for a saving throw, if I
Okay.
recall, right?
Nope, this doesn't work, does it? That's 7.
A 7.
Stupid.
You take a moment and glance into it, and your mind, instead of thinking of the magical orientation of the ritual, your brain immediately goes to the mechanical structure of what this would do. Like, how would you recreate a scrying spell in a mechanical fashion? Wouldn't require magic, and then you eventually get to the point where you're like, I don't understand
I don't
this.
understand how this works. Never mind.
Really? You sure? You have to just think real hard about butt naked Terry. Real hard.
One more time.
Just think about him.
Just bring the difficulty up. I don't care. I'm going to try one more time.
The DC is definitely higher. Go and roll it again.
Tan lines where his armor used to be.
Luscious hair.
Luscious, flowing.
There we go. So 24. And I'm thinking about Scanlan.
Oh, you sneaky fuck.
Piece of shit.
Okay.
Do
So,
you want to say this out loud, or I'm fine either way?
you know what, guys? If I could have you all, except for Taliesin, go ahead and step off the just for a second. Yeah, a reverse whisper. The audience gets to see this.
That's amazing. I get to stay.
Yes, you do actually.
You're Terry.
He does get to stay.
I get to stay in here now.
Love it.
All right, guys, close the door. Close the door.
All right, we're closing it.
They're putting headphones on.
This is the second time in a week I've gotten to do
Oh,
this to me.
wow. The reverse whisper.
So,
Just us.
so as you concentrate, Percival, as you focus, your vision clarifies, and you see the moonlight
over the top of the trees of the Parchwood Forest around Whitestone. The clouds break, your vision transitions, and all of a sudden you're thrust forward at a magnificent speed beyond the forest, and now you're not too far, but south of the Parchwood. The trees disperse, and you're now looking a cluster of buildings, maybe a few hundred small structures ranging from homesteads to hovels. And then you smash cut once more, and there you see a campfire. You see a campfire set up maybe about 25 feet between two buildings in this kind of open fire pit area. It's a central bonfire type social gathering place. And there you see a number of wooden logs set up like stools or seats. And in the moonlight and a few nearby torches, you see about 6 or so simple farm folk that are all sitting around this bonfire. Except it's not 6, it's 4 farm folk, and you see sitting amongst them Kaylee and Scanlan. And they're both just together playing music for these people that are all sitting and staring into the fire at the end of their workday. It's a very simple, very serene scene, strangely. They're just sitting with simple folk in the simple town. You recognize it now. This is the Turst Fields. This is, you've been through here once before, when you were first leaving Whitestone and heading south to find your quarry all that time ago. Yeah, this is definitely a more rural area, and they don't seem to be in any danger. They don't seem to be in any caper, but they're both in the center of doing what they do best, which is entertain.
They look reasonable.
They look reasonable. You've seen them perform before, and there is a performance face. They're both wide smiles. Everyone else seems to be enthralled by the music or enthralled by the flames and the music combination. A couple of people saunter up and kind of plop down on the ground, kind of sitting next to kind of join in, and they're kind of drawing a small crowd at the end of the day.
I take down as many details in my head as I can.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bring it back in. Guys, get back in.
Or should we just take our break here?
Time is it? It is 8:30. We'll go ahead and take our break, actually.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll go ahead. We'll take our break real fast. We have our giveaway.
We're taking a break. Take a break.
We have the Babinga complete system and tabletop tray from Wormwood. This one has a bunch of stuff. This has.
It's just math.
It's just yeah. We have dice boxes, dice trays. This is actually a pretty legit giveaway. So go ahead and make sure you come to the Twitch chat room and be active. They'll have a password up there. Do we have a code yet for the chat room? Pike. P-I-K-E. Pike is the code in the chat room. Go ahead and just enter that in the Twitch chat, and we'll pick a winner as soon as we come back from our break. See you guys here in just a moment.
Hey everybody, Felicia Day here. It's been a while. What's going on? Hey, I've been away, and you might have known that I had a baby. I popped a baby out. I had a C-section, so it didn't come out of my vagina, but it was a complication with my placenta. Do you want to talk about it more? Because I can talk about it. No? I'm really here to announce that April 14th, you can see me on Netflix. I am in the new Mystery Science Theater 3000. As a kid, Mystery Science Theater 3000 was one of my favorite shows. Me and my brother Ryan, who you guys know, sat down every Saturday and refrained from hitting each other just for that 1 hour and a half because we really fought. It was not a good relationship. We should go to therapy. Anyway, this is a really exciting reboot. Jonah Ray, who you might know from the Nerdist podcast, is the new host. We have Patton Oswalt is my henchman. I don't know. Anyway, he's amazing. He's TV's son of TV's Frank, which is it's a whole thing. Just watch it. I'm not going to spoil it. Okay, let me see. What else could I talk about? Oh, and we have guest stars. We have so many guest stars. I guess I could say there is. Well, I'll tell you, but it's not really legal for me to say. So, could you bleep it out? So there's that guy from what's his name? Oh yeah. I knew his name. I was just pretending. God, why don't you come back later? Because honestly, you were the first adult I've talked to in like 2 months. It's like, it's hard. I don't talk to anybody but this baby. I mean, I love her. Her name is Calliope. You want me to show you a picture? Just check my Instagram. It's really cute. She's cute. You know, sometimes she coughs and farts at the same time, and it's like, it's really funny. And she had diarrhea over the weekend, which was kind of upsetting. It looked like pumpkin soup, and then it turned into green jelly. And then I called the doctor. They like, unless it's black or white, doesn't matter. Which leads to the question, what does white poop look like? Don't Google that. Please just tune in to Netflix, use your own account, or I don't know, whatever you need to do. just watch it. Maybe I'll come back later because I need to talk to other adults more. Okay. This smells like vomit. Okay. See you later.
Oof. Sorry.
It's kind of hard when the seat's only a silhouette.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Are you serious? That's it?
We staged this cheesy MST3K parody for nothing.
Yeah, no, we actually spent a lot of money like rigging this whole VFX thing and the silhouettes.
Now we're in this empty bedroom that looks like the Twitch set, so that's kind of.
Yeah, and does she even play guitar? That seems like false advertising.
I don't see a violin anywhere. She's a violinist, right?
Is she really?
That's what I heard. Why is there a chalkboard? Like, is that so you remind yourself?
Don't wake the baby! Oh, I woke the baby.
Hi, I'm Jackson Lansing. I'm the creator and game master of Vast, an original sci-fi role-playing game on Geek and Sundry. We're excited to bring you Season 2 of Vast, premiering Monday, April 17th, only on ProjectAlpha.com. Vast tells the story of two very different civilizations, both confronting an intergalactic threat known as the Slate. Each week, we alternate casts between two factions, the peaceful Paka Peacekeep and the brutal Brightest Eye, as they work individually and together to try to save the universe. As we prepare to launch our second season on Alpha on April 17th, we also wanted to let you know that we are rebroadcasting Season 1 in its entirety on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. Each week, you'll be able to catch up with the crew of the Avalon and the Screaming Valor, and if you're in chat, you may even have a few cast members to talk to. So, join us every Monday night starting April 17th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for Season 1 at twitch.tv/geekandsundry or at projectalpha.com for Season 2 of Vast at the exact same time. I'm Jackson Lansing, and I'll see you in the future.
April 29th is Tabletop Day. Just direct your Twitch to Geek and Sundry. All around the world we'll get people to play and play and play and play and play. We're celebrating game designers and the players, cards and dice and role-playing slayers, teams or co-op, whatever your flavor. Scream and shout, respect your neighbors. So let's join forces, all for one and one for all. If you love games, come on, we're international. Save the date on your smart technology, 0429-2017. Grab a friend or two or your closest 83, and let's all play for the IGTD. It's International Tabletop Day.
Are you guys okay?
April 29th is Tabletop Day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So,
As you guys are having your drinks in the bar, Percival finishes focusing briefly on the scrying orb and disengages.
Huh? No, that's a bit much. That's a bit much.
That's right.
Yep,
What did you
that's
say?
That's
Was he
right.
getting-
nothing that interesting. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
Nothing that interesting,
is my
or
man
something
doing it right,
appallingly
or what?
interesting.
Oh, believe me, I tell you, if it was appalling, it was not appalling. It was okay. It was fine.
Is Terry okay? What are you
He's fine. He's having a good. That doesn't feel good. How do you do that? Oh.
Can I do an insight check on him?
What?
Why? Sure, go
Just
for
to
it.
see if he actually saw anything or not.
Sure, go for it.
If he's telling us the truth.
What do I?
26.
Okay.
Oh shit.
All right, and that would be okay.
Question was
Sorry,
if you-
27.
If you saw anything or not.
Yeah. 4.
All right, so yeah, he seems like he definitely saw something.
Good check. Good check.
What?
Mm-hmm.
It worked though.
Did he?
It did.
You actually got it to work for you.
Did
I'm
it-
kind of impressed with
I
that.
don't think I'm ever doing that again, but yes, that doesn't feel
Did
good.
he cross the threshold? Is that what you saw?
I didn't see that.
Well, what did you see?
I'm going to be a gentleman and not throw up from the speed at which one goes in that direction.
Well, Percival, you threw gentleman out the window about 30 seconds ago.
That's fair. He's doing very well.
All right.
He's doing very well. I'm very proud.
So, question: do we crash here for the night, or do we make it back to the castle?
We should probably go to the castle.
Yeah.
You gotta say hi to your sister.
I do. Well,
Yeah.
we've sent word. They'll be awake, I imagine. Is Gilmore still in town?
Last you heard, and you can ask around, Gilmore is not. Gilmore is back in Iman, currently trying to scavenge the pieces of his shop.
Why don't we do it old school and just crash here for the night? That way Terry can take his time, and then in the morning we... Oh god, I got so much burps. And then in the morning we can head back out.
Head back out where?
To the castle.
Those are real hiccups, aren't they?
These fucking peanuts are amazing. I'm not sure what I'm eating, but I think they're peanuts. Might be nails.
We have both, so that's either way could work.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sleep anywhere, but why aren't we going to sleep in the nice beds in the castle?
We have lovely beds.
Well, we got to wait on Terry.
Yeah, he's not gonna
He'll
know where we
know where
went.
to go, wouldn't he? He would know.
You're gonna leave.
Big boy.
Is he?
We'll leave a
You're
message.
right, he's not.
We leave a message here.
It does feel a little
Smart
shitty.
boy.
I feel like he's just so romantic. He'll probably stay the night and have breakfast or something.
Yeah, look, you may go back to your fluffy beds, but
gentleman.
my man's in the deed, and I'm sticking around to slap hands.
Is Shauna around at all?
Yeah, she's in the process of running around.
Can I run up and snag her for a second?
Sure, she kind of sets down a couple drinks. So, I feel like we did a good deed for the night.
I feel like it happened. It definitely happened. Question though, how long does your friend usually stay with her cohorts? Does it? I mean,
don't
is it?
time it, if that's what your question
Is it like
is.
a quick
I don't
thing,
know.
Or does she like hang
just a
out? Does she like
friend.
spend the night with them, or is it like in and out?
Red hair.
Do you see her again around quickly?
A few times. I guess it depends on.
It depends
I don't know.
on the guy.
She's a hardworking girl. Let her have her fun.
I agree with that sentiment. Thank you for your generosity and your connections.
Silver tongue, Tom.
Also, I'm sorry for my friends and for me.
At that point, she smiles very, very widely, and you see that kind of. You can see the mother poke through for a minute, you know, from the barmaid, and she kind of nods, says, "Look, it's all right. Trust me, I deal with far worse from most of these riffraff," and she kind of points to most of the other tables. It's fine.
Thank you.
And she gets back to work.
I don't know. I think he might be with her a long time. You know, he might be learning a few things. It could take all night.
I hope he's learning a lot of things.
Yes.
I mean, did it look like he was?
I was not there very long. I was not there very long.
Let's just go back to the castle. It's just a few blocks away from the tavern. We can always come back in the morning to send someone to get him.
Leave
It's
notes.
fine.
Fine.
It's a small Whitestone. We're not in Western.
Worcestershire.
We've traveled.
drinking.
We've traveled
Keep
a lot.
drinking.
You're 4 mugs in, Keelan.
Guys, it's just
You're usually
we travel
puking
so much.
or getting
I know,
arrested by this point.
Really far
It's
into
just
Keelan,
things.
actually.
That's
So late.
that is so many glasses if she's far in.
All right.
Well, because I am not as tired as you guys. I mean, I have been working so hard, but I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, me too.
Gonna wait for Terry.
Keep an eye out on our 34,000 golden hair.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Sorry, it smelled like a fart.
Gross.
Welcome back, Ashley.
Hey, he's my best friend. I love all of
Hey.
them.
That's fair. You probably have some
Yeah, like cozies.
All right, so you guys finding your respective places to stay for the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the,
All right.
to the castle, yeah.
All right, so the 4 of you head back to the castle. The 2 of you stay in the tavern. Tyrion continues with his evening. All right, so the 4 of you make it back. Is there anything particular you want to do? It's, at this point in the evening, you've been drinking quite a ways, so it's closer to probably midnight at this point in time.
I'm a little soberer than I'd like to let on.
Okay.
Not sober, but I kind of don't quite want to say surprised for tomorrow, but I may have something exciting to show you tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I'm going to need you to be extra intimidating tonight, because tomorrow I'm going to be very intimidating right back at you.
I like this
I
plan.
figured you would. And I'm going to have to say hello to my sister.
Yes. Do I need to come with you?
No. Are we alone?
Well, I mean, you guys could fall behind the 2 of them if
Yeah.
you want to. Have-
I didn't look in on Terry.
You didn't?
No.
Did you not see anything? What did you do?
I saw Scanlan.
You seemed bothered after you looked. Is everything all right?
He's fine.
What was he
Fine.
doing?
I haven't done anything yet.
What was he doing?
Enjoying himself. God knows. He has things that belong to me.
Like what?
He has the stone.
Well,
He
I
has-
sort of gave that to him.
Did we?
I did.
He has the earring.
Yes.
I kind of want them back.
You don't think there's any chance he'll ever come back, do you?
I think that if he did come back, I would be very worried about who he was. I'm feeling betrayed. And I can't help but thinking of all of our adventures over the last few weeks. That he would have been oddly useful for so many of them. He would
Well-
have been such a...
You know, what's funny is that he left feeling like we didn't appreciate his worth. And these last few weeks have really made me understand how much I did. I think he hit on a lot of really good points when he left us. I don't forgive him for them just yet, but I'm trying not to hate him for it.
I'm not. I've been that villain. And the best of them point out all of your flaws while they're busy exploiting their own. I will admit, very angry. I don't want to interfere with his happiness. I don't want to interfere with his life, certainly not his daughter, but I will admit I am very angry, and perhaps the only thing that's keeping me from doing anything about that anger is your opinion of it. I don't mean to put this on you. This is not on you, but
Not at all, dear.
I'm thinking of collecting what's mine.
But I pull out Fenris, and I show him again what I've carved on the front of it. Snaith, do you remember when I told you about this?
Yes.
It's important. And I struggle with it a lot, you know. I tend to hold grudges.
As do I.
But if we're trying, that's important. Just think on it. Nothing rash, dear, all right?
I'll think on it. I'll think on it. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll be in the room.
I'll be right there. I'm going to confer with my sister and about formalizing a few things tomorrow.
Okay.
Before Percy leaves, I say, you know, didn't think you're gonna be able to use the scrying eye for someone who hates magic so much. Might be something more to you.
Maybe.
I saw that from what's her face earlier. Okay, bye. Go have fun.
Can I jump us? I'm gonna jump us back 2 minutes, and during all that, I'm not as sober as Percival, and we're arm in arm walking, and man, I am so fucking happy right now. I am so fucking happy. We have nothing to do. We have nothing to do.
I just can't believe Percy got, actually used the scrying eye. I just didn't anticipate him actually getting able to make it work.
But
I thought I
you-
was one of the only ones in the group who could make it work, and how he could make it work.
Well, he's a clever boy, that one. Listen to me. I don't have any kind of timetable on it. I take it by the cheeks and I go brr, 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 brr. I am so drunk right now. I can't wait to go home with you. I can't wait. I don't know when we're gonna do it. You're home. You're home.
Man, what are I don't know what you're referring to in this moment.
I mean, Zephyr.
It feels like a lot of meta conversation.
Zephyr.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
go
yeah,
to
yeah.
Zephyr.
Oh yeah.
I want to get to know your father.
Yeah.
He's nice.
Yeah.
He's so much nicer than my father ever was.
You're so
to us.
domestic right now. It's so cute.
You know, there's been no time to talk about this. I mean, we get to.
Hey, do you think they're gonna stop allowing you to drink in the street as soon as we get guards and law and order back in this town?
I
kinda
hope
like you
not.
being able to drink in the street in Whitestone. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's a mountain town. Of course, you're going to be able to drink in the streets.
What were you
That's
gonna
half
say?
the point.
Focus in with me because
Okay.
I have something important to tell you, but I know that we're both very intoxicated.
No, I'm listening.
Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
Yes, but Kiki, listen to me. The Raven Queen is not done with me or with us. Yeah, you know when
Yeah.
she picked me up again.
She picked you up again.
When you brought me back, when Vex brought me back, when
Oh,
Grog
yeah,
brought me
yeah.
back, yeah, then
Okay, yeah.
she went, poof.
Yeah. Okay, I thought I was crazy, but apparently your sister saw her face because we all saw her face.
Yeah. and then she went away, but then she didn't go away, and she was still there. She's not done. I'm so fucking drunk.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to concentrate on what you're saying so hard.
But I don't want to think about it. That's later. That's coming, I guess. That's later. But I wanna.
Hey.
Yeah?
Hey.
What?
Hey. No feathery, white mask or face wearing deity is gonna take you from me or us, okay? Okay? Cause we'll just go god hunting and it'll be great.
Yeah.
Because apparently your sister said we have to kill Orcus, so.
Yeah, that's a pretty big matzo ball, that one.
Yeah, I'm still digesting that, so I think the only way I can really, interface with it is just by making jest of it.
I'm gonna change the subject though one more time, and then we gotta go to bed soon because
Yeah.
I am fucked up.
I'm listening.
I'm in the short term more confused and worried about my sister
Okay, yeah.
because there's no question that I'm going to follow you where you go right now, but I don't know what she wants to do,
Oh.
and I love her so much. She's my best friend.
I know. I love her so much too. 'cause
She's the coolest.
She's so cool. And she's so pretty. She's so cool.
So I don't know how that conversation's gonna go, but it's gonna happen.
I'm so sorry.
As you guys both look ahead to talk about and look at Vex, she's gone. And Percy's gone, and you realize at this point that you completely missed the diversions of your party.
I just.
Stubby!
Ah!
Oh God.
Let's go to bed. Let's go to
Okay.
bed.
They're okay, right?
Those two? They
Okay.
got it all figured out.
Sorry,
They're
guys.
fucking fine.
I don't. It's been bad, We've turned around a lot, and people have not been there, and they're supposed to be there, and they're not.
Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
You guys make your way to your room in Whitestone.
So drunk.
At the door. We press foreheads together and I go, I'm gonna pretend like I'm not drunk.
Okay. I don't know if I can.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
Let's go to bed.
Okay.
Alrighty. Percival. The castle is dark. It's quiet. The few lights that are up in the sconces on the secondary floors, you make your way towards your sister's chambers. You come to the door, and her personal guard is there, and wearing the pale guard armor. And as soon as you begin to approach the steps, kind of gets into a defensive position, and then recognizes you and steps back and leads you in. As you come inside, you see Cassandra is currently in her regular day-to-day clothing, one of her many outfits she uses for formal meetings and such. Her hair is a little frazzled and down in front of her face, and she has a stack of sheets that are stacked up next to her at this small kind of desk table that she has in front of one of her large red velvet sitting chairs. However, she's not looking at that right now, as she is currently enthralled with what looks to be a a small stack of cakes and a little tea saucer she's holding up as she's sipping.
Looks, there's just layers to that trouble, isn't there? Just layers of paperwork.
Turns back and looks at you, see a little bit of the cake kind of curled in the edge of her mouth, and she's like, Percival! Takes another sip of the tea and sets it down. You've returned.
For a while this time.
How your travels been?
Terrible, but all over.
That sounds par for the course, I assume.
I'm back to help. It's my turn.
Good. As the sophist of native ingenuity, you have much responsibility in this time of recovery, and I'm growing a bit weary of
I will
burden.
happily take some layers of both that paperwork and that cake off your hands. And
She takes
grab
the-
a slice.
She takes and hands it over to you as you take it.
I do ask tomorrow that we handle this little interesting tidbit, and I hand her the documents that I put together earlier with the titling that needs to be dealt with.
She goes, Grand Poobah, that's... well, We'll certainly discuss that.
I expect somebody will come up with something delightful for that one.
We can take our time with that one. I'm not going to lie. I had it been so long, I'd forgotten that we had not had any purveyor of the Grey Hunt.
Quite a while. A long while.
So Vexalia.
It seemed appropriate, even before things became what they are. Yes.
And before we can officiate that, she has to undergo the hunt itself.
Yes.
I don't know how that works. Keep a Yenin might.
He does, if I recall.
Keep a Yenin should know. I'm a bit out of my depth at this point. I've done... And you see she kind of sighs deeply and looks over at her guard and kind of, for the first time in a while, you see Cassandra break from the stoic leader to Cassandra, your sister, and she kind of leans forward and takes your hand and goes, I'm so very tired. I've missed you, and I need your help. Please.
We're going to make this right. We're going to... The machine will run again. All of this will work again.
I know. They're good people. Many good people here, and you've all saw to that. I've saw to it. I need rest.
I will help.
Thank you. There's more cake in it for you.
I could use more cake.
Just kind of wipes a little tear from her face. I'm glad you're safe.
How goes the training of the company of shot?
As functional as it can be. We're having to ration ammunition, as we have to rely on you for that, and you've been gone.
Well, we're going to fix that as well.
And perhaps you should helm most of that training, since the majority of it has been at the hip and making things up as they go.
And the guards, the captain of the guards has been taking care of everything.
Yes. We lost a few in the last altercations, but we have a good, long-standing number of individuals who have stepped up. And what was his name? The one that you brought in?
Oh, dear.
Jared.
Jared, is he still around?
He's been very useful. He's taken care of most of the low-end training, but that cake, it just...
We're all a bit heartbroken. I would like to confer with him very quickly before I go to sleep, but other than that, we are back, and I look forward to making this move forward tomorrow morning.
Good. Yes. Bring. She takes the sheet, Lady Vexalia, to breakfast in the morning, and we shall discuss her position, responsibilities, and the necessity of the hunt.
I will. Thank you.
Of course. And she leans back in her chair and kind of. I think it's time for bed.
Yes.
And she gets up and she goes and closes off the fireplace in the corner and throws a little bit of water onto it and puts out the candles in the room.
I'm going to run by Jared's on the way back to my quarters.
Jared. Went to Jared's. It can only be Jared.
Apple of my eye.
Jared doesn't stay in the castle. Jared currently stays down in the barracks within the city of Whitestone proper because he's responsible for training the recruits and helping build up the village.
All right, then real quick, I'm just going to write a little post. I'm just going to write a little letter, which I will tell you about. And well, should I tell you what it is now? Because the person who sent
Do
it.
we all need to leave?
No, well, yes. I'm going to throw a little cash, and I'm going to write a little letter. I'm going to ask Jared to very, very quietly. Jared, so sorry. Yeah, Jared. Jared, I know.
Dear Jared, get me some drugs.
To very quietly on the sly hire someone to keep very, very distant tabs on Scanlan Shorthall.
Okay.
I want to know if anything unusual happens. Not to interfere, just watch.
I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burned to the ground.
How much money do you attach to the letter?
5 gold pieces.
5 gold pieces.
16 copper.
Where was my? I'm trying to find my number. I was going to shoot about 400 gold at it just to get it done. Seems reasonable.
That can probably get it done.
With
for a while.
yeah, until he needs more.
Okay. He's a smart man. He's done different forms of business. He can let you know if you need to restock the coffers, if you will. Okay. So the letter's written up, assuredly delivered, and the evening comes to a close.
With cake.
For you guys. At the tavern, here at the Tipsy Quorum, we have Pike and Grog catching up on crazy business amongst the rest of the jovial atmosphere of the tavern as people have been drinking heavily into the evening like a city that is still recovering from 5 years of perpetual torment does.
But it's just like she's so pretty with like a feather in her hair.
She's like a bitch, but in like the coolest way.
And she's really good with money.
I know, and if she gives you the eyebrow, and then
I
you're
know,
like...
and then when she got the broom, but her hair.
I know, and the fur, and...
She's the best.
Oh, it's not fair, I tell you.
I know.
Good shit.
Do you know what I do every night?
What?
I sometimes put in my earring and I have conversations with Scanlan. And I know he can't hear.
Well, who talks back?
Nobody.
Oh, that's awful!
I just tell him how the day was and what I did and, you know. But I don't, obviously he's not going to talk back.
Oh God, he's got full shemp.
I've never tried that before.
You should try it. Sometimes I'll just see, you know, I know he can't hear.
Right. Sometimes I go into like the house of lady favors.
Yeah.
And I'm like, one for me and one for me. How do you think Terry's doing?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know. I felt bad.
You did?
Once we had the story, and I was like, maybe the story of his life. I was like, maybe he shouldn't go with her.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Cause maybe we should have found him somebody else.
Like.
I guess we didn't find him. She just came along.
Yeah, I mean, the hunt was on.
Whisked him away.
Yep. You just gotta kind of react at that point.
Yeah.
Let the river take you where it will.
Yeah. Well, I'm tired now. I said earlier I wasn't tired, but I do get tired.
Yeah, of course, me too. I mean, it's probably because you've been crying so much.
I think it just takes so much out of your body to cry.
Yeah. Testify. I mean, the water's gonna come from somewhere, right?
I know. It's like, where does it all come from? There's so much of it.
I don't know.
As Grog passes out at the table next to you, you look up and at this point you notice most of the tavern is now empty and you have no idea what hour it is, but it seems pretty late and pretty empty. You glance over and as the tavern is it's still open. It doesn't really close per se, but the night shift you see Shauna's kind of finishing. She's throwing a shawl over. She's getting ready to leave, and she looks over and sees you and takes off her shawl and throws it around Grog.
Thanks.
She goes,
Thanks.
"Take care of him.
I will. He's fine.
He's dumb."
He's not as dumb as he seems.
It's good. 'Cause he seems pretty dumb.
I know. It's just, but his heart is just like as big as he is.
I can tell by the company he keeps. You guys wouldn't stick around if he wasn't.
Jesus flowers.
But I expect you to leave that shawl back here. It's going to be here in the morning.
I will. It'll be good as new, right here on the table, folded for you.
All right. Well, I guess find a stool and curl up.
Okay.
I'm going to bed. And she
Night,
leaves.
Shauna. It was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for everything.
You too. What's your name?
My name's Pike.
Pike. Pleasure to meet you. And she reaches out and takes your hand.
Very nice to meet you.
That's my pinwheel.
She talks in his sleep. It'll be fine. Don't worry.
She leaves, closes the door behind her, and you can choose to eventually pass out with Grog if you want as well, or
Well,
what do you want to do?
Scanlan. I know you can't hear, but I'm sitting in a tavern right now with Grog. He just went to sleep. I had a pretty good day. I had to do a lot of labor, just like lifting stuff into a cart. And then Vox Machina, lo and behold, come home and I see him, and now we're here. But we miss you. I'm very tired.
Oh. And with that, the night comes to a close. The next morning, the sun rises. Those who are staying in the castle, you rise to the familiar smell of early breakfast meats, eggs, other classic meals being prepared for the various guard of the castle and those who belong to the Chamber of Whitestone as it currently stands. As you all begin to convene down there, the two of you come to consciousness as two giant glasses of water are slammed on the table from a morning shawn arriving, drags the shawl out from under Grog's head, which is now damp with just a multitude of drool that has just seeped into it, and she kind of like squeezes it out and sets it on the side of the bar.
Somebody left that though.
I wasn't up yet to fix it.
It's fine, it's fine.
It's fine.
She starts getting ready, and a couple of the other bar hands start setting up the tavern. You hear poof, 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 footfalls come rushing down, and you watch as Trisha comes rushing down, putting her armor on real fast, like just getting shit. I'm like shit, and just rushes out the door.
Oh, she stayed the whole night.
Yeah. Dude.
That's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Turkey.
Chicken pot pie.
No.
About 5 minutes more, you see the slow footfalls of Tyrion Darrington make his way down the stairs into the empty tavern. Early morning. It's maybe 8 a.m. at this point. You can just hear the birds going on the outside. The blearing sun's just beginning to crest over the mountains.
We got like alcohol sweats.
Yeah, I know. You guys are pretty hungover at this point.
Our lips are sticking to our teeth. We're like,
I'm just so thirsty.
Oh, you there? Hello. You're still here?
We just waited just in case.
Yep.
Oh, I have a headache. Oof, rough night, huh?
It was rough? How do you feel?
I feel good, different, better.
You feel different.
I feel, wow, that Trish is, whew, she's a lot of woman. How'd you guys do?
oh, enough about us.
Great meal, great company,
Yep.
great night.
Yeah, it was something else. I mean, there's periods that I don't really remember, but
Yeah.
she was aggressive when she needed to be and gentle when she needed to be. And, you know, I've read a lot about that, and a lot of things I've read were true. I mean, the female form is mysterious and strange, and there are curves and
So many curves.
smells and
Yeah.
Terry, you didn't just give each other massages all night, did you?
Oh no.
Oh, good.
Details. Details. Do we need mimosas?
I have experienced the pleasures of the flesh. I have now known a woman, and it was outrageous. I didn't really know what I was doing, but she guided me, sometimes by force.
Okay.
But she was also gentle sometimes. And I get it now. I see the appeal. I understand. Women are soft and tender, and they are not for me. I mean, there's so many holes. And you don't know which one is the right one. And
You know, it just depends on the day, I guess.
Yeah. That's true. It can be confusing.
I just...
Especially in the dark, right?
She was so strong, and I was so scared. And... I really think...
Make a Constitution saving throw, Grog.
I can't add. It's a 16.
You're okay. You're okay.
That's a
Okay. You know what? At least you. It's what adventurers do.
Yeah.
You know, and you did it, and
No,
you.
I see that. I see how people
I
would
feel
find
like
that.
we need to commemorate this. Like, you're not the same man you were when we last saw you last night.
Look at that face.
No, I am
you're
not.
You've
Tiger.
seen things.
They're so, they're so intricate and soft, and I just feel like I think I know what I like now, and that was a worthy endeavor. And thank you, Pike, for encouraging it, and
Now you know.
Grog
Now
for
you
setting
know.
me up. And
Without a shadow of a doubt, now you know.
yeah,
if
no, I
anything
know,
else.
I know for sure, 100%. I am not gonna do that ever again with anyone like her or anyone similar.
Should we, like, go get tattoos or get you, like, a new haircut or something to commemorate this?
No, my body's a temple, and I wouldn't sully it like
It's
that.
a temple. Well, all right.
Well, let's get back. Did you get to sleep at all, or did you need to sleep?
When she was finished with me, she let me curl into a ball.
Did you claim sexual?
There was a valley between her pecs, her breasts, I guess. And there was a nice little resting place right there that I laid my head for the night. And she draped her arms over me. They were like big sweaty blankets. And I needed to get up to pee in the middle of the night, but I couldn't. So I just held it.
Mercy.
It's like being attacked by a bear. Have you seen The Departed? Let's go get cleaned up.
And it's up.
Not the chapter of the story.
No. Is it ever? I've actually been privy to this exact conversation with a few guys. Found out the same way in high school. Like, nope, not for me.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay.
Feels like it's on fire.
I feel really pink.
As you guys are eating breakfast, and Cassandra makes her way down and joins you all and begins the meal. Her personal bodyguard, who's looking kind of exhausted and frustrated and tapping the toe. Eventually, you watch as a new guard comes in and kind of, I'm so sorry, and they switch out. And the new personal bodyguard of Cassandra is Trisha, who stops and sets up and apologizes to Cassandra, and then turns and gets new guard duty and sees all the rest of you eating breakfast, staring at her, and goes,
Yo.
"Good morning."
Yeah.
Good morning.
So as you guys now approach and walk in, about 20 minutes later, after this whole conversation, you guys have cleaned up and made your way, and you gather. She just says nothing else, and it's just now like oh boy.
Oh, you were just.
Oh, that's why you're being so quiet. Oh.
After you guys have had a meal and you guys have made your way and had this bit of an interaction where she's like, shh. Cassandra comes over and sits kind of facing you, Vexalia.
Cassandra. Shh.
All right. Lady Vexalia.
Yeah.
Me and Percival had a conversation last night, and it's come to my attention that you've been granted a title.
Oh, yes.
Here within Whitestone.
Yes.
A title that has been unfulfilled for quite some time, and I, for one, as myself, being the figurehead of the city, I wish to welcome you as a member of our chamber.
Thank you.
As the Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt. Do you understand the responsibilities?
I have no idea the responsibilities. In fact, I have no idea what being a lady really means, except for saying I'm a lady every once in a while.
To be perfectly honest, it means very little.
Oh.
I can say this from experience. It just means people look at you and expect you to have the answer. And you...
Have all the answers.
And she kind of leans in and goes, and you really are just making it up best you can, but you do your best.
All right.
But as the Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt, upon completion of the Grey Hunt, you are responsible for overseeing local diplomacy and rooting out mundane and supernatural dangers throughout the surrounding Parchwood
All right.
to protect the citizens of Whitestone.
So I'm like a guard.
Oh no. More of a. What would be the word I would think to use?
Vanquisher.
Destroyer of worlds.
Ooh, yeah.
If you show,
Decimator of
please.
beasts.
You will. You will be eventually training and be granted a cadre of people beneath you as part of the Grey Hunt, who you will train and oversee as they ensure that the surrounding Parchwood is safe in the local area around Whitestone. As you may or may not know, there is a very long history of dangers within the forest. This entire valley was the result of a cataclysmic conflict during the Calamity, specifically between the Dawnfather, Pelor, and a very dark entity. And as such, there are still scars of the land that give birth to a multitude of creatures that we need someone to ensure do not wander far and begin to destroy and threaten our people.
What kind of creatures are we talking? Like beholder creatures or like
Oh no.
just big wolf type creatures?
Odds and ends. It's less of a guard and more of a champion.
Yes.
All right.
Your lesser guard keeps watch, patrols, and when something arises, you find it, learn about it, and if it's necessary, destroy it.
Yeah, that's no problem. You know, I'm really tough and strong and stuff, so yeah, that sounds fine.
You can do that.
Your skill set actually fits quite well for this, which
Yes.
I understand why Percival bequeath this
tougher
upon
and
you.
stronger than the last one, I will say.
When was the last one?
That would be...
That would have been right before the unpleasantness.
Yes, about 3 years before the Briarwood's arrival. I, at the time, was much younger and didn't know much, but Reggae, who was the individual who currently held the position, was not as respected as I think you will easily become.
It was under the Anders house, which is why the Anders house is now forfeit.
Yes. So excited. However, and while I'm still learning this as I go through our family's history and the structure of governance here in Whitestone, there is, a ritual?
That would be...
A ceremony that you must undertake.
Oh.
Just you.
Just me?
Just you.
What about Trinket?
Trinket, I imagine, as your companion could be a portion of it. However, as the one to be titled, this journey is just for you.
Just for you.
Even Keyleth got friends. No?
Can we watch?
Yay, Vex!
Vex!
The nature of this is a hunt, and I do not believe that your skill sets would aid her in
goodness.
the speed and tracking that is required for this particular endeavor.
I think you will be fine.
Obviously, I mean, I'm going to kick serious, but, what if I don't? What happens then? Do I lose my title? Do I just suck forever? What?
If you do not succeed, then you will have to wait until the Dawnfather presents the next opportunity for the hunt.
Right.
I don't know
When that could.
when that would be.
So wait, has the opportunity presented itself now?
Well, it's as soon as you wish to go and find your way to the Sun Tree and meditate for the sign. I don't know the specifics of this. This is just from what and she starts like pulling over this cluster of books that she had at the side, and she starts rummaging through and pulls over. It's unfortunately very vague, and it's apparently Keeper Union might know more.
Okay.
He is the resident priest of Peril, and this is a ritual of his. But yes.
Wonderful. Well, I'm not intimidated by this at all.
You'll like the Sundry. He's very nice.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, man, come on.
Yeah, that's great.
Right up your alley.
Yeah, it's
Tracking,
fine. It's fine. Right
hunting.
yourself. No big deal.
The
No big deal.
things you
Yeah.
have done, this is...
So there's nothing,
Exactly.
right?
Please.
You're not going to send me out there to die, Percy.
Hopefully not.
Is that a possibility?
You got this.
Thanks, Terry. And look at you. You're so strong and knowledgeable now.
Don't look at me.
We'll go down, learn a little bit more, and begin when you're ready.
All right. Sure, yeah. Great. Well, I shovel a bunch of eggs in my mouth, and I get up and I'm going to go find Keeper Rhiannon then.
I follow.
All right. Easy enough. You find the central, the same kind of open, almost. What's the term I'm looking for? It's the kind of half domed, kind of speaking presentational.
Like an amphitheater?
Amphitheater. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Words.
The amphitheater setup, which Keeper Rhiannon usually keeps for all his various sermons. It's early enough where nobody has gathered. It is not any of the chosen weekly holy days of Pelor. So as you arrive, he looks like he's in the process of going through and sweeping and just doing his morning ritual of upkeep. And you walk up and you can see his beard's grown a bit longer now, and his gray has spread a bit since last time you had a true one conversation. It's been a very tense situation. You can see occasionally the accelerated age that recent events has imparted upon individuals of the city. But as he sweeps and kind of notices you arrive, yes.
Vexalia.
Vexalia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lady Vexalia, Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt, apparently.
which
Oh.
I'm here to talk to you about.
Oh, excuse me. And he wanders off and puts the broom back in this little closet, and things clutter out. And he's like, he's like, oh, God. Just to push things back up, closes the closet, kind of hobbles back in your direction. You are the Grand Mistress of the Greyhound.
Apparently.
She needs to be appropriately consecrated,
Oh.
obviously.
I thought that happened last night. Yeah.
Shush now.
He looks lost. Anyway, there's been some time. Well, and he starts looking around and pulling up small scrolls and reading them through. He goes and rummages through and finds one that he pulls out. Yes, here it is. So, for the grand purveyor of the Grey Hunt, Mistress, in this case, is to go into a state of deep meditation at the base of the Sundry and ask for a vision from the great Dawn Father himself. There will be imparted upon her at the moment of the Grey Hunt her quarry. You are then to find the quarry, wherever it may be within the Parchwood,
Okay.
and decide the fate of said quarry.
Okay.
That's all I have.
That's it, huh?
Super
This is this explains so much.
Yep.
Well,
It's very clear.
Find about
thing
these sorts
decided
of
to do with the
rituals.
thing what you want to do.
We've had previous individuals come from the Grey Hunt, bearing trophies of their hunt, bearing various recovered examples of what they felled.
So I'm
in the
supposed to bring
darkness.
back some sort of trophy then.
A-
That
a-
would be good.
A sign of your victory, yes.
Right. Right.
Sign of your victory.
Right.
Whatever that victory may be. I've read a bit. I know a bit about what's to come.
All right. Well, thank you, Keeper.
Of course, if I might be of aid of any kind, let me know. Though I don't know how much aid I can be in this endeavor. But let me know.
Thank you.
Good luck. As you walk away, it's like, Dawn Father, smile upon you.
And you. And you. The Dawnfather's pale, all right?
Do fine.
Great.
Heathen.
So what do you say?
So, I'm gonna go and sit in front of a tree. I'm gonna think real hard. I'm gonna talk to a god, and then I'm gonna go kill something.
She's so cool.
Maybe.
She's the coolest.
I'm
Potentially.
Right.
So,
Very cool.
Looking good, Terry.
If you
Looking
feed
good.
it, though, she
Please
becomes unbearable. Just temper that a little bit.
I don't mind feeding.
When are you gonna do this amazing think real hard?
Well, fuck it.
Now.
Hey, I buried like a secret clubhouse, kind of under Whitestone, at the roots of the Sundry, and sometimes I go there and I talk to him.
I
I
remember
realize
you
that
doing
sounds very uncool.
No, no, no.
I
Pretty
say it
uncool.
out loud.
Pretty
I said
awesome.
that.
You're supposed to put
But
the
Pretty
treehouse
bad.
you're
in
so
the top of the
cool.
tree.
But I totally didn't put the treehouse in the top of the tree. I totally put it underneath the city. But there's
I
a
like this.
treehouse. There's like a clubhouse.
Technically, I'm supposed to be the
Tree
base of the
basement.
tree, right?
Yeah, you can go there and be alone, and it's so quiet and peaceful and dark.
What if
and
Palor, like, can't see underground? What if he needs to see me, like, in the sun?
What if one of the gods cannot see you underground?
I don't know how gods work.
I think he can see you underground.
I don't know.
Yep. Nope.
Although sometimes I do climb into the tree and I just like hug onto one of the branches.
Solid.
and
I'm gonna
that's-
just walk towards the tree.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna follow in before we send you off into this.
All right. And you walk up, and I mean, the city's starting to slowly spring to life as the morning hours climb forward. People are arriving and putting the last touches in the caravan. The Pale Guard is finished, and they've assigned the division between those who are to stay and those who are to escort the caravan to Iman. Pike, are you with the rest of the party?
Yeah. I'm just,
All right.
I need to
As
see
you're
what's
walking,
going
one of the Pale Guard sees you and walks up and goes, Lady Pike?
Are you to join us on the caravan?
That was today?
I mean, we're leaving. I just don't know.
Oh. What exactly were we doing? I'm sorry, I was... I've had a night.
You escorted the caravan from Amon to Whitestone, and now we're returning to Amon from Whitestone with the caravan. I just wanted to know if you wish to come or stay. We're leaving right now.
Oh, no.
No!
No.
No!
All right. Great.
I'm
No,
staying.
that's
I've
all
just
right.
been waiting for them anyway. I'm gonna stay.
She's gonna stay.
Behind this tiny plated gnomish form, there's this gargantuan Goliath with rage in his eyes. And he goes, all right, no, that's fine. We're gonna go. And he just turns and leaves and runs towards the caravan.
Bye. Be safe.
I need to learn from Pike and Grog how to say no.
Lady of Exalia, you
Yes.
found yourself at the base of the Sundry.
Yes.
As you look up at it the mornings, and at this point, the clouds that kind of gathered yesterday have all subsided. You have this beautiful, clear blue sky ahead of you. The morning sun's coming down. The tree is beautiful as you're watching it slowly blossom. Now, as the months have passed, you start seeing green in the boughs, the occasional pod that might eventually flower as the season allows it. But it's serene, and as occasionally a breeze blows through, you hear the various branches hit, and some of the leaves kind of shake, and it's a beautiful sight. What do you want to do?
Did you want to say something, Percy?
I just wanted to let you know that when I sort of sprung this title on you, I chose the Grey Hunt specifically. The third house is easy. It's just land and title. It doesn't mean anything. As a child, the Grey Hunt was fascinating because it was a title that one earned. And I felt that you should have something like this that no one could do otherwise other than claim that you earned it. This is not something that can be given, and you're going to be fine. I have complete faith.
I give him a big hug and a kiss. I love you, dear.
I love you too. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, get the fuck away from me. I've got to meditate.
Back it up. As you all separate and scatter off into your own business for the day in Whitestone, Vixalia, you find a comfortable place at the base of the tree. You sit, cross your legs, look up, and close your eyes and concentrate.
I feel itchy, but I'm okay. I'm going to stay still.
What thoughts are in your mind? What do you wish to do? What is your approach to this meditation?
Okay. He said I'm supposed to meditate on the tree or on Palor. I'm gonna try thinking about the tree first a lot. Like, I'm gonna think about the leaves swaying and think about finding a quarry and, like, you know, hunting things. And then I'm gonna start thinking about what it feels like to walk through the woods barefoot and hear the leaves crunching underneath my feet and hear twigs breaking as I hunt creatures and track them.
Okay. As you focus on this and you can hear the breeze and you kind of extend what best I can describe as your current consciousness or imagination to the breadth of the parchwood that consumes the valleys of the Alabaster Sierras surrounding Whitestone. You focus and you remember the journeys you had in the trees when you first arrived, the wandering hunt, that phantom individual wandering the trees in the distance that you didn't quite mark, and you're curious about that moment, and you start thinking about the people that have lived here their whole life and think of the toil, and then your kind of eyes open and the sun, which was just beginning to come over the hills into the sky, is now far past the horizon. You're unsure how much time has passed, but you've had no vision. You've had no words, no sign,
and you're now starting to hit into the afternoon. You've probably been here for a number of hours at this point, and you're starting to feel the sweat kind of drip beneath the armor. Discomfort's settling in a little bit, and you're beginning to feel that conscious difficulty with separating what your mind's trying to do and what your body's telling you it's not enjoying.
I should have learned to speak with plants from Keyleth. I'm gonna sink down and I'm gonna take my armor off and try to feel the bark beneath my back.
Okay, so you turn around, armor off, just wearing your under tunic, and you press your back against the actual tree itself, leaning your head against it, and you close your eyes again and begin to concentrate. At this point in the day, the sun has crossed over, so the shadow is still hitting you from the side of the tree, so you're not as warm as you were before. And you focus, and you concentrate again on the expanse of this landscape. The strange difference between the warm midday, the cold mornings and evenings, and the freezing nights that bring mists and low clouds that shroud Whitestone in this somewhat middle to northern area of Taldore itself into the kind of mystic, dark mythology that has encapsulated it since it was first founded. After a while of concentrating and letting your mind wander, your eyes open again, and now you're hitting sunset. It's growing colder, the breeze has picked up a bit, and you can see some clouds making their way slowly from the wind of the southwest, cresting over the mountains on the western side, the Alabaster Sierras. No vision, no words, and you can start seeing now people are walking through the street and kind of just watching you strangely as they pass. You hear horse hooves hitting as they pass by with carts, and people kind of stop and stare and awkwardly whisper to each other and keep walking.
Sucks. Is there anybody around that I know?
Currently, no.
Good. I feel really stupid right now. Fuck. I'm gonna try going underneath the tree where Keyleth said
Okay.
the little tree house was.
Okay. So you find your way to the small tunnel that you guys first carved when you arrived in Whitestone from one of what was previously an abandoned tavern that has been reclaimed. And as you enter, you can see now the covered windows have been reopened, and the place, while not a fully functional tavern yet, is in the process of being renovated to start up business again soon. So as you enter the front door, you see about 5 different carpenters or various workers that are in the process of renovating the interior. They're all turned. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, actually, don't mind me. I just have a tree house to get to. And I walk through and go under.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't know, man.
It's all right, it's all right.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all
Middle of the road.
15?
15? Okay, the guy kind of looks at you and goes,
I wink at him. Keep walking.
I mean, I have no idea what that means, but...
But you like it. You like it. And
I'm gonna go ahead and send Joseph just to keep an eye. Joseph, and this one guy turns around. He looks a little touched. He turns around and just goes, "Okay, I'll follow her."
Joseph, if you could wait at the door, that would be really helpful.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wait by the door. Right? Sure, whatever, man. Go for it. It's fine. Let me just go back to fixing up the inside. They're fixing windowsills, and Joe, who seems to be a really sweet guy, probably in his mid to late 30s, very shaved head that's just starting to come in a little bit. Square jaw, but it's kind of sling blade style, hung off to one side a little. But he seems like he's a fair worker and intent on the job that is set before him. So
You're doing good work, Joseph.
Thank you. And he follows you in as you enter the tunnel. He begins to walk in the tunnel with you.
At the door.
Huh. Right, this isn't a door.
All right. Keep walking.
All right.
As I go up, I want to put my hands on the roots. And I'm going to say, hey, Sundry. I know I can't hear you, but I really need your help right now. And I hope you can hear me. I don't know how to do this exactly, but I need to talk to Pelo. There's a lot of people that are kind of looking at me like I know what I'm doing, but I have no freaking clue. So, if you could help guide me, that would be great. And I sit down and I just keep my hands on the roots and...
As you concentrate and keep your hands on the roots, time passes what seems like 10, 20, 30, 60 minutes of silence, occasionally broken by a voice down the hallway going, "You okay?"
Yes!
All right. You come back to focusing on the task at hand, and at times you catch yourself, you swear you feel the roots get warmer, and then you conscious of it, and then you kind of feel long, and no, it's probably about the same. You may have psyched yourself out, you're not sure. And you close your eyes again and you focus, and as the boredom instinctively sets in, you have a hard time standing still. You're an individual that likes, being bombarded with sensory elements. You're a person who needs to know what's going on around you. You always have been. That sense of self-preservation, paranoia, whatever you want to call it, is being conflicted heavily with the idea of being still, quiet, and focused for a protracted period of time. And you're battling that antsiness. You are far too conscious of your physical body and the discomfort you're feeling. I want you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
God damn it. 10.
10. You can feel the pain begin to rise from sitting for so long. Your pelvic bone, from just being in that position for a long period of time, is beginning to just grow more and more sore. And you begin to kind of shift in place, and as you do, it doesn't help. So you shift again, that doesn't help. And every single position you try and shift, it just seems to just throb in pain from just being stationary for so long in a position that you're not used to. And it's distracting to you. And then eventually a voice comes through down the hallway that goes, "All right, we're done and we're leaving. You good?"
Great, Joseph. You know what?
What?
Thanks. For everything. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay.
You okay in there?
Yep, I'm great. You can go. You can go.
Looks scary.
It's not. But don't come down here. Thank you.
All right, well, have a good night, miss.
Okay.
You hear the footsteps just go quieter and quieter, and then as the hatch that led to the basement that you guys carved this tunnel from closes.
Is Trinket here with me?
Trinket is in your necklace.
Pop that fucker out.
Very tight space. There's now a big bear, and you're like,
Sorry about that. Are you okay? Are you comfy? Are you alright? Is this too big?
kind of backs up into the tunnel partway and is now borderline Winnie the Pooh in the tree. Like Trinket's like fitting in there but snugly in his
Cat trying to squeeze into the shoebox.
How much can you stay still? I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Oh, bother.
Trinket.
I can be still.
What? Can you come over here?
Oh, I guess. He kind of crawls forward back into the space, kind of like ducking his head under the various tree roots. Like,
I'm gonna just lay down, dear. I'm just gonna lean on you. I just need you right now.
And he kind of, as uncomfortable the moment it is, he kind of curls up around you and forms this kind of crescent, soft, bare barrier. A barrier, if you will. Sorry.
Beautiful.
You did
and
that.
you lean back into Trinket, and the warmth is comforting because it is getting colder here, especially in beneath the earth, in a space that aside from the natural earth insulation, the cold of the night of Whitestone does get pretty biting.
Yeah.
And so the warmth is welcome, and you think back and you have really no idea what sense of time it is. You really don't. You don't know how long you've been in here. It could have been minutes, hours. It's hard to tell.
It's days down here, Trinket. We're in prison forever. This fucking title. I thought I wanted it. I thought I did.
Trinket goes, really?
I know.
I don't want to stay here forever.
Well, it's not going to be forever. Eventually, we'll get sick of it, dear.
Okay.
And then we'll leave.
And Trinket kind of falls asleep.
I lean back on him and just look up at the roots and say, "Oh, hello. You have something to tell me, and I want to hear it. And I'm getting tired of being down here, but I swear I'm fine. I'm going to keep concentrating because I'm committed to you, and I'm committed to this hunt, and I'm committed to this title and this city. And your tree, and your leaves, and your trunk, and these roots, and the dirt around me, and all of that. And I'm going to keep thinking."
Okay. As you're thinking about this, you're leaning back into Trinket. The warmth is comforting. Make another wisdom saving throw.
Girl.
All right.
Come on, girl.
Get it.
Get it.
Oh, I thought that was a 20, but it's not.
Not quite.
15.
15, okay. You lean back into Trinket and you watch this darkened space where there's no light, and so you're relying on your elvish dark vision, your half-elvish dark vision, to kind of still take in the space. There's no color, but you understand the shapes in there, the shapes of the roots. And what seems like days go by, and your mind wanders to Percival, your mind wanders to your recent venture in the Hells, to Pike's return, to wondering what the hell Scanlan's up to what this even means. Was this worth it? Like, what are you going to do? Stay here? The whole point of you and your brother was to go and wander and not be behooven to anything, to be free. But then what is freedom at that point? Is it taking responsibility? Your mind just cyclically continues to fold in itself with all these questions and these answers, and then questions to those answers. And before you begin to realize it, you begin to fall asleep. And you swear for a moment, you begin to see the roots of the sun tree begin to grow and curl in your direction. And you try and move, but you find yourself unable to, paralyzed against the back of Trinket. And you glance over your shoulder and just look over, and Trinket isn't Trinket. Trinket is more roots that are curling around you. There is a clasp of various growing subterranean plant life that is just beginning to impose on your space. Your vision begins to dull to blackness. You watch as the roots reach out and grab around the sides of your head and your neck and pull you and lift you up, and you start having flashes, memories of the interior of the tree in the Feywild, of the way those roots looked, ever reaching, hungry, trying to grasp whatever life and emotion they could find, and that fear begins to seep up into your throat, but you withstand it. Your understanding of the importance of this and knowing that this can't be real, you shrug off this vision in spite of the roots bringing darkness to your vision. Everything goes cold and still. And the darkness opens up once more, like your eyes, the lids just fold to reveal a beautiful, moonlight-dappled, pristine, glass-like pond in the middle of a deep forest. A very thickly wooded forest with a very, very small series of gaps in the canopy that allow these beams of white moonlight to hit the surface, to refract. Still, calm, cold, quiet. A very faint mist has gathered across the surface of this water. And you just observe. Timeless. You don't feel yourself breathing, and you feel like, I should be breathing. Am I dead? If I should breathe, that's what it means to live. But you don't sense that experience, and by the time that thought crosses you to the point where you can feel the panic beginning to brim up in the back of your mind, the water breaks, and you watch as a shape emerges from the surface of the water. Ripples begin to cascade out from the outside of the shape as it steps 1, 2, 3 times bipedal in movement. This large humanoid shape begins to step forth from the water. You see this almost 10-foot tall humanoid mass begin to step out from the water. You can see from the glistening liquid that is just coasting off of its back and body, unkept by any fur or flesh, there is a hide, a rhino-like thick gray scaled almost hide that seems to cover the entirety of its form. But what you see is its back, this massive muscled shoulder shelf and 2 tree trunk-like arms that just swing and dangle from the sides as it begins to step further and further out of this pond. And at first you see this creature, but you still sense it belonging. And then you sense that there's a reason for this emergence. And at that point you watch as the creature, which is now maybe up to its waist, pushing onto knee depth in the water as it reaches the edge of the surface. You don't see its face, you just see over its shoulder and its massive back, no head emerging over top. It stops and turns back, and as the shoulder turns, you can see the head, which is actually protruding forward out of the torso. The slumped, plated, armored head with a jaw that hinges underneath, closed, with a series of teeth in the bottom. And what you see for just a glimmer are its yellow eyes glowing, all 6 of them, in rows of 2 across the top as it glances back in your direction. And it just leaps out of the water and begins darting through trees and vanishing in the distance. And you realize the hunt is on.
Oh my god.
Your vision comes back to you. There's no vines, and Trinket is just sleeping behind you. And you're there in the cold darkness beneath the sun tree. What do you do?
It worked! I worked! You are awesome, Sundry. You're the best. Parental, that is some fucked up shit. Okay, drink it. Wake up. We have to go hunt a thing that looks really scary. I'm gonna die. How about you?
Hopefully not.
Good call. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Get it, girl.
So what are you
Do I
doing?
just fucking go straight for it?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Get a girl.
I don't know. I don't know how to go find like the lake that he came out of.
You're the best.
You're a
ranger.
Do I remember what it smelled like? It's really fast. It was going through the trees. Do I remember a specific look? Do I remember hearing about a lake in the woods?
You remember seeing it as it leapt. You took a very quick glimpse at its shape, at its feet, its giant clawed fingers, its humanoid-like hands. You don't know of a scent per se. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay,
To
I
kind of
definitely
look
put
back over the memory of what you have and to pick out details.
my armor back on.
Mm-hmm. So you're putting on your armor as you're rushing out of the area.
What am I rolling?
Investigation.
I'm rolling really great
You're
tonight.
rolling dog shit tonight.
Which is great. 11.
11, okay.
Goodbye.
Best you can tell, given the circumstances, the brief vision you had, the angle of the moonbeams are coming from the right and left, meaning they're, like, from your perspective, they're coming at this angle upon the water. And as you step out into the night, you can see the moon is in a certain place in the sky where you envision, if that is
If I turn that way, it'll be coming at me this way.
depending on if it's a northern direction or not. So you're trying to think of where the lake was. There are a couple of ponds that you've seen in the forest. You're not fully aware. Percival might be the person to ask about this.
Okay. I'm gonna run to Percy. Do I
Okay.
need to? Am I allowed to ask him? I'm gonna run to Percy.
Okay, Percival, you've kind of been hoping that everything worked out okay. You haven't heard anything from Vexalia since the morning. She's been gone for a good 13 hours at this point, and it's close to midnight.
At least I got some sleep.
I'm
a little bit.
I'm in my study working on things.
And you're in the process of going through books and such, and all of a sudden, there's a rush of footsteps, and Vexalia comes bursting into your room.
I had a vision.
Excellent.
Yeah, it looks
dear.
really, really scary though. So thank you.
So sorry and excited.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
I saw a lake, a glade, Do you know of any?
She describes the pond, and it's a smallish pond.
I have a
Glass-like.
map in my study, and I just pull it out and just hand it. I must have a map.
You do, yeah.
Please tell me. if I-
Percy, do you know of anything that's big and tall, like around 10 feet, has 6 eyes, going straight down in a row, and like in pairs, and then like is like really thick hide skin, like legs like trunks?
Grog when I'm drunk.
Well,
Do I know anything?
This is not your specialty. You haven't dealt with the Grey Hunt personally, and this is not ringing a bell.
is it usually different creatures?
It's different every time.
Okay. Hey, do you remember when we were coming here and we were camping out in the woods outside and there was a woman, I think, that walked by with a pack of, was it wolves?
Yes. It was a
Did that
long
have
time
anything
ago.
to do with this?
I don't know.
Great. Just wondering. Just thought of it. Okay. I might see you later. And I go.
Okay, as you dart out, Trinket lumbering after you, you look at the map, and based on the conversation you had as well, there are 2 different locations that have ponds roughly the size that your vision revealed to you. Both of them have a slight break in the canopy. So that's the key that you remember from this, and being a tracker specifically, you know that they're most of the forest, the parchwood itself, is a very dense canopy, and it rarely has breaks enough to allow that much moonlight to pass through. I need you to go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Okay, roll good. Roll good, all right?
Come on, Laura
Stop
Bailey.
rolling like shit, all right?
Come on.
All right.
Oh God, I
Yes.
thought that was at a 1.
Nope.
Investigation 24.
Yeah.
This is an intelligence check, so you should add your intelligence modifier.
Beep. An intelligence check would be 19.
That's still very good.
Okay.
Ascertain between the 2 locations on the map, the one that would contain both the right amount of canopy that would be open, the size of the pond, and the location of the moon would be far, far west of Whitestone, slightly north, beginning to just get near to where the Alabaster Sierra mountain range hits the bottom of the valley. So you know that's probably your best bet to get there.
I hop on Trinket's back and we take off.
You leap onto the back of your bear. He goes into a full sprint out of the city. From a few folks that are in the middle of the, kind of drunkenly wandering through the city or in the process of making their way home, they all step aside as Lady Vexalia, the Grey Hunt, on top of Trinket, the bear, comes tearing through Whitestone to the west, barreling towards the gap in the exterior wall of the city, and charging into the depth of the Parchwood Forest. Following the map and keeping tabs on direction, about 40 minutes or so of travel, you eventually come upon where you think this pond should be. Go ahead and roll a tracking check. This would be survival with advantage.
Oh yeah, because this is my favorite terrain.
Yes.
That was the same thing.
Double
both times.
14s.
So 22.
22. You make your way and you find the pond, and you recognize it exactly. The moment you get there, this is exactly the pond in your vision.
This is where he was.
And you glance over and start finding your way around the edge, and eventually you find the thick, heavy footfolds right beneath the water, because he leapt straight out of the water, so there were no tracks directly out of, but you look just beneath the surface.
I
and
remember
you-
him jumping into the trees.
Yes, and you look up and you can see a few branches are broken, and you begin to trace the direction of
I
where it
cast
went.
Pass Without a Trace on myself,
Okay.
and I'm gonna stealth after it.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Yes.
Keep thinking.
Are you still on Trinket for this?
Solo mission.
I'm gonna put him in the locket for the time
Okay,
being.
Trinket goes into the necklace. Go ahead and roll stealth with your pass without a trace bonus.
Oh, right. Haha. 33.
33, okay. Very quietly, you dart up into the trees and begin leaping from broken branch to broken branch. Eventually, it leads you into a small opening between a series. But the trees here are extremely thick, but there's certain areas where they begin to separate a bit, and you can see heavy impacts where it leapt down and found some soft ground and begins running. And you can see the tracks, and you take a moment and study these tracks, and you can see exactly how these thick, three-toed feet of the creature dig into the dirt, and you take a very, very close watch on that. I need you to go ahead and make another wisdom survival check to see where those footfalls will take you.
So again, a 24.
24, okay.
Oh, wait. 22.
22, okay. So you begin darting through, and you notice there are points where it leaps into the trees and vanishes. The trail stops, but you can follow the brief bits of it. This creature is heavy. And you can see it doesn't leap up into the boughs and hang on a branch. It leaps up onto an actual tree trunk and then leaps off the trunk. And where it does, the bark splinters and breaks. Whatever this is, it's extremely dense. It's extremely heavy. And to have the power and strength to lift its form on that thickness means it has some power behind it. Continuing to keep tabs, you're darting through the dark woods. Out of the right of you, you hear a sudden noise and you are surprised as a series of birds come just fluttering past you, apparently startled for something nearby, and you watch as a forest elk kind of darts past and is a sign of, naturally in this environment, of relatively recent movement. And you get the sense that you might be gaining on this creature, whatever it's charging. Oh my god. So as you're leaping and running and making the best possible path you can, eventually the trail begins to grow a little cold, and you find a small glade. Yeah, I know. About 30 feet across. The trees just kind of open, and there's the space, and it's pristine, untouched, and the trail ends entirely.
It's just gone.
Oh no. Yeah, what does that mean?
Ceiling. Yeah, can I look up? I mean,
make a perception check.
You're making me chew my nails.
It's a glade. It's an open glade, you said?
It's a clearing in the forest where the canopy opens a little bit, and there's just thick brush, and you can see some of the roots of the nearby trees kind of pop up in places, but it's, as opposed to previously where the trees are pretty clustered together and you're kind of finding your way through the slight gaps, this area is opened by about 30 feet.
Oh, well, okay. And it's okay, I get advantage because that's my favorite terrain.
Thank crappers.
That's cocked. I can say that's a 4 though. It's
First
cocked.
one is a
but
It's cocked. It's leaning up against
Go
the
again.
side of the
Go
board.
again
Rolls
with
if
your.
you
I
can
can see it
balance
from
a die on
That's
top
when I
of
say
it.
go.
That's worse.
Oh my god.
That's worse.
1 and a 2.
Oh, no.
But my perception is
Hi.
13, so that's 15 for perception.
That's
That's
great.
15.
That's great because you're badass.
Wow. Wow. Really? Really, you dicks?
That's great. Why don't you just
Why
put
are you
her in
betraying me in this moment that I need you the most?
There are 40 kids
Okay,
in one
so,
family.
as you reach this clearing, you glance about, and it appears to be empty. There's nothing here. There's no sign. You could attempt to find tracks if you'd like.
But I'd have to, like, come down on the ground.
You're currently up in the tree, yeah, so.
I'm still stealthed, though.
You are.
I'm gonna climb down the tree.
Okay. You find your way, stepping onto the somewhat soft floor of the forest.
7.
Oh, that's actually really good. I'm gonna take a minute, and I'm gonna. I don't know what kind of creature it is, though. I don't know if I can use my primeval awareness.
Well, you can certainly try.
I'm gonna try my primeval awareness.
Okay, and what are you concentrating on?
Maybe, well,
Turducken.
I've got aberrations. He's not a celestial, probably. He didn't seem like an elemental. So I've got fiends.
Those are guys that come from.
That's where we just were.
Yeah, the hells.
Right.
I've got aberrations.
Possible.
Fae. I'm gonna go aberrations.
Do I have to choose one?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Aberrations are what? Like a beholder?
Grody things.
Yeah, things that generally
Freaks of nature.
come from some touch of the far realm. Some
I'm
things
gonna
that are
focus on that.
okay. As you sit there and focus, well, you're using just a level 1.
Yeah, so it's within a mile of me.
Yeah. You quietly focus and
Oh,
concentrate.
up to 6 within my favored terrain.
True. All right. You sense no nearby aberrations.
Okay, can I take another second and think about fiends? No. No. Fae.
Okay. You concentrate on Fae. Nothing.
Gosh darn it. Is there nothing in my primeval awareness? Okay.
What are you doing, Vexalia?
Come on, La.
I'm gonna see if I can find any tracks.
Okay. Make a survival check with advantage.
Survival check.
Come on, La. Get it.
Oh, but that's cocked.
Oh,
it's cocked, but it's a 20. But
It's cocked. It's cocked. Roll it again. Roll it again.
Balance a die.
Okay, that's
Yes.
still good. That's still good. Okay.
Yeah.
24.
24, okay, and also if you could roll stealth again, since you are actively doing something.
Yeah, that.
From the
I roll twice, because. Do I roll twice?
No, you just
32.
roll. 32.
Oh, just 32, huh?
Okay.
No big.
You step out into the shadow, using the edges of it, and you do see the very, very faint trail, not of feet on the ground, but of claw marks. Just very carefully placed, almost like it was like monkey walked along the sides of this glade. And the tracks and the claw marks stop in this small cluster of bushes where inside you can just barely see the faintest hidden glow of 6 tiny yellow dots.
Is it looking at me?
It's hard to tell the direction.
Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna take out an arrow.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fire a bramble shot at the eyes. And I'm sharpshooter.
You are. Okay, sharpshooters, -5 to hit, +10 to damage. Go for it.
Oh, but I mean, I don't take. I mean, I get no.
She doesn't have to do that. She can.
Yeah,
just ignore cover.
3/4.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, I see.
That's all
So
I
yeah,
got.
you can do that.
Okay.
Sniper, starring Billy Zane.
Oh.
You can hide afterwards, right?
Oh
Yes.
shit! The tiny trees have come out.
I could if I didn't put my hunter's mark on it, but I'm gonna hunter's mark him before I do that.
Okay.
Hunter's Merc.
Hunter's mark.
Hunter's
Let's say this.
Oh, breaking out the foliage.
The general circle
Wait,
here.
It's a circle of trees.
Because I did not have the actual mini for the creature, this is working for, but I'll give you the idea. The size.
Oh my god, look at that thing.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, he's huge. Maybe this was a mistake. I should have talked to him.
No, man.
I should have done. No.
I'm trying to bramble shot him so that I can,
You
you
got
know.
this. You got this.
Okay, we'll put that there.
All he speaks is fuck you
Matt
up.
owns
Alrighty.
tiny trees.
So,
And wait, before I did that, I get my broom ready, and then I'm gonna do what I did.
okay, you get your broom ever so carefully ready. You hunter's mark him.
Like that guy when he's unloading the shotgun in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, clever.
Yeah, clever.
Oh no, is that what this is gonna be?
Alrighty. Hunter's marked, and you're taking a ramble shot.
Yes.
Go
and
for
I
it.
got 29.
29, that hits.
Ah.
And what's the saving throw on that?
Oh, DC 17.
That is a 20. Sorry.
He is not restrained, but he does take an additional 48 of damage.
Yep.
Whoa. Pretty good.
Which is right her. Okay. Right her. 10,
Good.
15,
Yep.
21 bramble shot damage.
Nice.
Thorns.
Yes. 10, 11, 12.
Plus
12, 13, 14. Was this a surprise attack?
Yes.
So isn't that an automatic crit?
Yeah.
As an assassin?
Yeah, because you're an assassin, it is. So with all the dice involved there, that's 21 times 2, that's 42.
Plus your
And
Plus
then-
your actual arrow, which is, what'd you roll for the arrow?
Plus the what?
What's the actual just arrow damage? not the
Arrow
crit.
damage was 2.
So it's 2.
Lightning damage was 2.
Okay, so that's 8 plus whatever your modifier is.
1 for Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then I get a sneak attack on him too.
Yeah, man.
Yep, so that's
And then 4 for
Okay.
that.
nice. That is 56 points of damage in one hit.
Plus the 8, plus 10 additional for the 8 and the 2 for the bracers.
Right. Whew, never mind, that's 66 points of damage.
Sick
So,
fucking hunter.
as you pull back and carefully aim, the arrow just disappears, and you watch as there's a flash of green energy, the arrow impacting on this creature, and the vines come around, you hear and the bushes just explode as this entity steps out, just tearing the vines off of its body, throwing them to the ground as they kind of shrivel and shake and then turn to dust and dissipate into the underbrush. As the creature steps out and looks directly at you, its 6 glowing eyes in a 3x3 pattern like that, staring right at you. The arcing of the energy kind of finishing throughout its body. It stands
upright for a moment
Oh,
almost.
jeez.
Its hunched form goes almost more humanoid, and it looks at you with an intelligence you didn't expect.
Oh shit.
And it takes a step, and another step, and seems to almost give you a nod of respect. Roll initiative.
Bailey, one-on-one, Dungeons and Dragons.
of the Great Hunt. Oh no, only 10. Oh wait, do I get to roll twice because I'm in my favorite terrain?
All right, you calling this favorite terrain thing a lot. Let me see what it actually has. There are specifics to what your favorite terrain is aided by. Do I win Dungeons and Dragons because it's my favorite terrain?
Do I win Dungeons and Dragons?
It's funny because Dungeons and Dragons is my favorite terrain.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
Sweetest.
I should really be rolling better in taverns then.
Ooh,
That's your favorite
Taverna's
terrain.
favorite terrain is kind of genius.
That actually is genius.
That is really genius. is
You can
Tavern's
have urban
favorite.
settings as your favorite
Yeah,
terrain.
you can have urban settings.
Nope, it just means that your intelligence and
So
wisdom
does that
checks
mean
related to the terrain are your proficiency bonus is doubled. So technically not even an advantage, but it's fine. It
Oh,
worked out,
okay.
worked out fine.
Okay.
But yeah, so no, you're not gonna benefit that. So what'd you roll for
It's 10 for initiative.
total initiative of 10?
I
Okay.
know, okay, Matthew.
people.
That is just under average.
So it is now the creature's turn.
Great. That's not a good thing.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. It comes rushing up to you. Swings one of its fists towards you. Whoosh, and its finger, like, it comes back as a fist, and the claws whoosh, open right as it comes in your direction. The first attack,
Don't die.
that is a 24 to hit.
That hits me.
Alrighty. You suffer from the first claw strike.
Oh no.
17 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As soon as that claw strike comes by, it brings its second claw upward and an uppercut arc. That is going to be a natural 20.
Damn it.
Whoa.
Damn it. Come on.
That is 28 points of slashing damage.
Whoa.
Jesus.
And then it's going to attempt to bite you. Watch now, its jaw, this like snubbed crocodile-like jaw kind of unhinges and opens up with these natural kind of spiked teeth on each top and bottom side. It's going to go and reach out towards you. And that is a 15.
That doesn't hit me.
So it goes to bite towards you, and after the first 2 strikes hit you, you duck out of the way, and you hear them snatch together over top, making a horrible clenching noise, but you are not in the jaws when they close. And as you look up, as you duck down, it kind of pulls back and like in a "what have you got" type expression. What are you doing?
Okay. I'm gonna pop trinket out
Okay. Where?
behind him.
Trinket, watch this tiny arc of black energy arc over, and you swear you see to the eyes, even though there is no visible iris, just kind of follow the immediate motion as the rest stay focused on you. And then Trinket appears behind it.
I'm gonna disengage
Okay, is your bonus?
and bamf up into the sky on my broom.
Alrighty. How high up you going? Full movement?
What is that, 30?
That is 30, yes.
Yeah, but I want to just get up to a tree that's like far away from him.
Okay.
I don't want to like hang out on the broom. I just want to be like high enough that he can't like jump up to me right away. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yep, so you were right up there.
Okay. And then I want to get like brace myself at a tree. So if I fell off the broom, I wouldn't fall onto the ground. I would like land
So,
in a tree.
so full movement would be about 20 feet up and 10 feet back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you would be about there and you'd be a little bit lower. We'll say for the purposes of this, since that direction does matter. All right, so you're back over here. Got it.
Yeah.
Right up against this tree. All right, so that's your bonus action. That's your movement. What else are you doing?
Yes. I am. He can jump really far. I know.
Up, go up.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm gonna shoot him
Okay.
twice.
Whoa. Morellis.
But through. but through my blazing bowstring.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I like call.
You just got paralyzed.
Waitress.
Okay. 25 for the first.
That hits.
Awesome. Okay. This is 5 plus 8 is 13.
Alrighty.
Plus 4 for Hunter's Mark. Plus 3 for Sneak Attack. Plus 4 lightning damage.
24 damage.
Plus
Nice.
2 for the bracers, so 26 damage.
26.
On the first.
alrighty.
Oh, wait. Plus the Blazing Bowstring, which is another 7.
Nice.
That's fire damage.
Your Hunter's Mark is in there already?
And my Hunter's Mark is in there. And then I'm going to try to do it again. I'm going to try to do the same thing again.
33.
That's fucking cacked. You fucking cacked. 28.
28 does hit.
Oh my god. Okay. 16, 17,
gotta watch out for those
18.
cacti.
You got there is some cacti.
18 for the arrow. Plus 3 lightning damage. Plus 6 for the Hunter's Mark.
7, nice.
And I don't get another sneak attack.
No, just once per round.
Blazing.
And the Blazing Bowstring
Blazing.
is another 7. Fire damage.
Nice.
67 total damage.
That's not fucking bad.
No, that's not bad.
Fucking bad.
I'm sure the thing is on the verge of death.
Alrighty.
No. No, I'm sure
It's a
he's
big.
not.
It's a big.
Alright, so that ends your turn.
I'm
So you
gonna
use all
go-
your actions.
Yeah, all I'm gonna do is go, you know, you seem like a nice guy. I hate to kill you.
We said with such confidence. I don't speak English.
The
He doesn't get a turn if I take all my hits.
The creature's arm, like it kind of glances over at Trinket behind, just kind of looks up at you in the tree and kind of seems to, in a creepily humanoid way, kind of wipe the edge of its jaw and then leap off this tree.
Trinket gets a swipe at him.
Yes, it does. And then leap in your direction from the sky. In your direction, arms
So
out,
nasty.
jaw open. So go ahead and make the attack for Trinket.
He's
Okie
a suitor.
dokie. I think he likes me, y'all. What is it, a bite attack or a claw attack? Does it matter?
Whichever one you want.
A bite attack then.
Alrighty.
That is, what was it, this one?
Yep.
12 plus 9, 21.
That hits. Go roll damage for Trinket.
Where's my 6? Where's my 6?
That yellow one.
Thanks, Rob. 9.
9 points damage for Trinket. Nice. It leaps in the air, arms out, jaw open towards you. It's going to go ahead and make a bite attack towards you.
Okay.
That is a 23 to hit.
That hits me, motherfucker.
Alrighty. You suffer
2 points.
19 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make an athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh shit.
Ah, that's great. That is 34.
34. The jaw attempts to pull you from the broom. The strength of its grasp on you is extremely heavy. And you sense it. This is a grapple rend technique it has. However, you manage to just squeeze out of its teeth and elbow it as you push it off with your foot, releasing your grasp. You are not grappled by the creature. However, on its way down, it's going to swing out with its claws as you push it off. It's a natural 1. 2 natural 1s in a row. Are you fucking kidding me?
He falls to the ground and he hurts himself and he
He
dies.
definitely plummets.
Falls on his dick.
Oh god.
He falls on his dick.
We'll say for the purposes of this, sure. As he lands into the tree begins to hit your head, slams down. And as he hits the ground and slams, you can see the dirt is like displaced from impact. This creature is extremely heavy and dense. Now seeing it like right in front of your face to the point where its tumbling impact pushed a tree over in the middle of the forest.
Fuck.
That's the end of its turn. You're up.
Okay.
2 1s in a row.
2 1s in a fucking row.
I believe it.
No dice dealt.
No, this is my go-to die. This is the fan-given die. I use this for everything.
I know. I'm gonna do something.
It's all random.
It's all.
crazy.
This is all fucking concentration, so I can't do shit.
Crazy.
So I'm just gonna go up higher.
Okay.
I'm gonna hope that I'm going out of his range.
You're going full up?
Yeah.
All right, we'll say going 30 feet up from where you were up in this direction there.
Okay.
and I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him.
Go for it. I'm gonna shoot him.
I'm gonna shoot him twice. 19.
Shoot
19 does hit. Yeah.
Yes!
Oh.
Yes! Okay, that's 6 plus 8, 14, 15, 16. 16 plus 2 lightning damage plus my 1 for Hunter's Mark. But I do get a sneak attack because Trinket's next to him, right? Well, I run Trinket up to him. How about that? I run Trinket up to him. So a 6 for the sneak attack.
6 damage sneak attack. All right, got it.
Is he prone?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna, for my bonus action, have Trinket attack him with a bite attack before I send off my second arrow.
Go for it. I need you to roll a concentration check, by the way, for your Hunter's Mark, because you took damage.
Oh.
Each of those hits, you gotta remember
20?
that. So just roll a Constitution saving throw.
12.
12. That would have been. That's fine with the first one. Roll again.
That's not 12.
What's that one?
That's lower. That's 4.
4. Yeah. So Hunter's Mark. Actually, that last Hunter's Mark would not have.
That's okay. It was just 1 anyway.
Yeah, but that would work. So I'm gonna remember that.
Okay.
My fault. All right. So
I don't do that very often.
I know. It's okay.
Trinket's attack was 24.
24 hits.
Okay. So that's 12 for him.
Okay. Nice.
And then I'm gonna do my second attack.
Alrighty.
And that is 20 something. Which
That
hits.
hits. Yeah.
Okay. I hope he can't get up this high. 10, 11, 12. Plus 4 lightning damage.
Nice.
And no sneak attack.
Nope. So as the arrows, they're sticking through the hide. The hide is very thick, but you're seeing the impact hitting in this. You can see the dark trails of blood just slowly dripping from each of these wounds where the arrows plugged the hole. But they're all sticking and they're all staying in. You're just seeing now this pincushion of a chest now as each arrow stays protruding from the front of this creature. It's like thick gray hide with the yellow eye still glaring at you. You can see as it looks around, it's glancing in the vicinity for what it can do. And your turn?
I say, so I mean, what are you doing out here? I mean, do you like work for Parental? Is this like a thing you do all the time?
Ask her name.
What's your sign?
As you're saying this, you watch the creature. The trinket's like kind of hassling it from the back. It kind of like pushes off, looks over, grabs the tree that just fell,
Oh, Jesus.
and picks it up, and throws it in your direction, which it makes a strength check to do so.
Oh shit!
That is a 21 to hit.
Oh no! Son of a gurn.
It hit.
Okay.
Do it up higher.
I know, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fall and die if I get knocked off this fucking broom.
Okay.
You're like those weather fail videos.
You take.
My sister in the woods.
That's 17 points of bludgeoning damage as the tree strikes you.
Nightmare on Elm
You're okay.
Street.
I need you to go ahead. Let's
I
see.
should have had a feast or something before. I should have talked to you and had you inspire me.
Oh man, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should
Well,
have
now
thought
you
of these
know.
things. I was real excited about going and hunting
So as
things.
the tree impacts you, it's threatening to knock you off the broom, even though it'll remain attached to you. I need you to go ahead. Oh man, this would be an interesting DC. Because it. Make a strength check to hold yourself on the broom.
Strength check?
Yeah, this is to see if from the impact you can still hold on to the broom or be knocked from it.
Natural 20.
Or strength saving throw is what it would be.
Do it right now. That's not a 20.
It's not a 20, that's a 10.
It's a 10. You are thrown from the broom from the
God.
impact and immediately tumble.
Oh god.
To the tree! To
The tree that fell?
another tree! Because it hit me and it like kind of changed the trajectory.
Okay, so you hit a series of branches on the way down.
Yeah.
Trinket sees it happen, he runs over and he saves me and everything's fine and
So as you plummet, the broom, as you're not on it to get it, goes limp and you just tumble as it's currently dangling from the chain
Can
that's
I
attached
think
to
to
you.
like grab it as I'm falling?
Unfortunately, no.
Character development.
You land prone on the ground and suffer
You looked your
15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, okay. Okay. You got a potion?
She can like
Do
heal
it.
herself on a good day.
She better now.
It takes a step forward. Trinket does get an attack of opportunity.
It gets to attack again, even though it threw something?
No, it just moves up to you. It's now looming
Jesus.
over you, threatening. That was its full action, was throwing the tree.
You need to do a Jaeger shot
Well,
right
Tree got a natural 20. Come on, Trank. Oh my god, and you know what? I just remembered he rolled it doesn't matter. He gets a crit on 19s before and he got a 19.
Well,
Whatever.
now you know.
Triple the dice.
Okay, so that's a bite attack. Triple the dice?
No, he's just fucking with you.
Damn it. Oh, I was real excited.
Really quadruple.
16.
16, nice.
Doubled?
Yeah, that's double.
Yeah.
He's biting. It's a bite.
Look, it's awesome.
He's a
So as he
bear.
lashes out and gets a big chunk, you can see like he goes and steps up and is now looming over you.
Thanks, buddy.
Now in the darkness, as you look up from the impact, your eyes open and all you see is this outline, the moonlight hitting the back of this creature, kind of just giving the shape, the white line of its giant shoulders and muscular chest, and the 6 glowing eyes staring down at you as it looms. Your turn.
I say, why are we doing this? Like, why are we even fighting? Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Should we talk about this?
Are you trying to talk to it? Yeah. What do you?
over.
No, would that use my whole turn to try to talk to him? As I like disengage, can I try to stand
If you're
up?
making quips, that's fine. But if you're like trying to actually like converse with and get through to a creature, that'll be your action.
Oh, fuck
Yeah, are you Peter Parkering? No.
That's a bad idea.
What are you doing, Victoria?
Okay, I
Your
get
choice.
up, I roll out of the way of him, right? Because he's like looming over me. Is
He's
he
looming
within-
over you. You're prone on the ground next to him. So
Can
you
I
can
disengage out of
So you
this?
disengage as a bonus action, and you can move 3 squares away. So
Great, cool.
you get up. There you go.
How the fuck? What the fuck am I gonna do?
Kobayashi Maru, you got this.
Heal yourself.
You have your action still. What are you doing?
I already used a bonus action to disengage, so I can't take a healing potion.
Correct.
Got your you got your broom still, or is the broom?
The broom is attached, just like dragging
It's
behind
dragging
me.
behind her by the ankle. It's
Action
like
plus movement. You can like double movement away.
Or you can
up in the
you
air.
can use your action to heal.
Away from this motherfucker.
Yeah, but then he'll just attack me again.
How high
Shoot
can you
him.
go?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Oh,
okay.
I'm gonna commit.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot him twice as I'm like staring at him.
Okay.
Say this is not the kind of hunt that I'm used to. And try to shoot him.
Come on.
Can you anything to can knock him prone or anything?
I mean, I guess I don't have any kind of concentration up anymore because I got fucking destroyed.
Correct.
You have destroyed dragons, tree men.
These are all bonus though. It really, I
Hawks.
can't do shit. I kind of suck.
Ventress? Can't Ventress do something?
Ventress can do
Already
a ramble
used it.
shot, which I already did.
Yeah.
17.
17 just barely hits.
Misses or hits?
Just barely hits.
Kill it. Kill it. Okay.
Dirt.
11, 12. 12 plus 1 lightning damage. Trinket ran up as I was saying that. Plus 2 sneak attack.
Okay.
Trinket's gonna run up and take his swipe while I'm doing this.
Go for it.
Oh wait, no, I used my bonus action to disengage. Trinket can't do that.
Correct. Yes, you only get your 2 attacks.
Great. Okay. 29.
29 hits.
Oh, this is bad, guys. This is super
Good.
bad.
Six.
14, 15, 16. Oh, no, that doesn't count. 16. Plus 2 lightning damage.
So 18? 18 points of damage. All right, you watch as all these arrows sing into its body, its abdomen, its knee, and one of the knees kind of buckles a little bit. It's like, you can see now, it's visibly hurt. Like it's bleeding from a lot of places. And it like as it stands back up, its knee shakes from the impact. And as its knee locks into place, the arrow that you just shot snaps from the hide clicking together.
I'm just gonna put my arms down and stare at him.
And you stare at it as it just looms towards you. And as it gets stepping up to you now, at your standing position, it's a good 4 feet taller than you. Trinket gets another attack opportunity as it moves towards you, not even focusing on your companion.
How do you want to do this?
Double crit.
16.
16 just misses. Trinket swipes and it hits the back, but just skids off the hide, leaving these scratch marks, but no real damage. As it just kind of looms forward, it's going to go ahead and take its multi-attack on you. It just kind of looks at you and goes. You hear its knuckles crack. These thick, as it brings its fists into giant, angry punches and swings the first claw towards you. That is a 4 plus 9, 13. Misses you. It's cocked. That is an 8 plus 9. That is 17.
Doesn't hit.
Oh god.
The bite attack. That is a 27.
Oh. That definitely that
Okay.
Dodge.
You're right.
Can't watch. I can't watch.
Dodge yet?
I don't have uncanny dodge yet. That's level 5,
4.
7 or something.
14 points of piercing damage.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
yeah.
I'm alive.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah.
I need you to make another athletics or acrobatics check as its jaw is now clamping on you
he's
to
trying
attempt to grapple you.
me. 18.
Okay.
18. 14. Yeah. Fucking, this guy cannot roll for shit when it comes. Okay.
It's okay. Neither can I.
There you go.
Yeah, you really roll
so
shit.
the jaws clamp on you, and you just muscle and squeeze out. You can feel the teeth kind of tear against your flesh between the bits of your leather armor. As you pull away, the armor kind of snaps open and it hinges, and you now have your bloodied shoulder exposed in the moonlight right now in the canopy as it's there. You're heaving. It's kind of heaving, staring you down. What are you gonna do? It's your turn.
I'm gonna have Trinket run up, and I'm gonna fucking have to disengage and run the fuck away, cause that's all I can do. I'm gonna disengage and run and like as far towards that tree circle as I can.
So, as you go to disengage, you can go around.
Okay.
25, 30. That's where you can get right there.
Yeah. So I'm a Trinket in front of me, and then I'm gonna take 2 more shots at
Okay,
it.
go for it.
Zip.
Yeah.
Do or die.
Come on.
Do
Finish it.
On the edge.
or die.
Finish it. Dice jam.
I know. I'm gonna die if I don't do this. Okay, that hits. That's 28.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. 12, 13, 14. 14, 15, 16, 2 for lightning damage. And
Okay.
then 6 for the sneak attack.
All right, nice. How do you want to do this? The creature is wounded. It's breathing heavy. It's standing there, and as you rush past, it kind of turns around and stands tall again, kind of looking back at you. As you have the arrow in your sights and you release it, the arrow is. What do you want to do?
I don't want to be fatal.
Oh, okay. So what are you doing with the arrow then?
You hit him with the feather end?
Just the feather head. I'm
Hit him on
gonna
the nose.
get him like in the shoulder, like up here.
Okay, so the arrow, as you release it, it hits right below kind of where a clavicle would be, and it sinks in deep. It goes in probably a good 5, 6, deeper than any other arrow that you've hit it with is done. And it sinks, and you can just see it stops at the feathers of the chest, and it gives that a and falls back to its one knee that it was on, falls onto its second knee, and its arms kind of lean forward, barely keeping itself up like a gorilla. It's just.
Trinket is standing right in front of him,
Mhm.
eyeing him down. And I say, "You're a noble creature, sent here for a reason. Yes?"
There's very little response. It's just kind of standing there looking at you. It's you can see the eyes are focused on you, even through just the slight glimmers of yellow, even though some of them are like lulling and blinking. Its muscles are tensing and relaxing as it's just taking all of its strength to stay partially standing at this moment, but it's listening.
You can leave. You can go back to where you came from. I protect this forest now. This is mine.
Make just a straight charisma roll. I'm just adding your charisma modifier.
I'm scared of all my dice right now.
Use
Oh,
Liam's.
God. I know, right? Straight charisma.
Oh.
7.
I know, I don't add. It's not a saving throw. It's just a check.
It's just a check, yeah.
I'm gonna throw up.
It stands up. And almost falls again onto its knee, grasps and just kind of puts its arm over where the last arrow went in.
Hard lesson.
It is.
And turns around and leaps back into
It
the
can
forest.
leap? No, it leaves. I take the final arrow before it gets away.
Okay, go ahead and fire.
18.
That hits. Go roll damage.
I'm gonna throw up. Sorry, this is so late, guys. 15, 16, 17, plus 2 lightning damage.
As it leaps in the air, you just barely see the shadow disappearing into the canopy. So take your final arrow and let loose. How do you want to do this?
Just right between the shoulder blades.
It hits. You think it hit. You don't hear anything. Quiet. And then the heaviest boulder-like impact of its body under the forest ground, skidding into the mud, hitting another tree. That tree falls on top, and you have to kind of dodge out of the side to make sure that nothing else falls in the area. And then stillness and calm, quiet hits, and the cold finally comes in as the blood is pumping and the adrenaline's hitting you. You felt so warm and you're sweating. At that point, as you're breathing in heavily, you feel the biting cold of the air hitting your lungs, and at that point, the adrenaline begins to subside, and you notice your breath is showing up, and it is a very cold, low mist night now emerging within the forest.
I walk up and I scratch Trinket on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You did real good there, bud. We're not dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
All right.
And then I walk over and try to find a fucking trophy on this guy.
Okay, you walk over and you find, indeed, the creature is laid out. It is dead. It is cold. The arrows sticking out of the back. The final blow seems to have hit a very core nerve center of its back. So carve whatever trophy you wish of its body.
I'm just gonna cut his hand off.
Okay, so you eventually pull out a small dagger and
I'm just gonna cut his hand off. No
hack
big.
the hand off. It takes you a little while, but you do manage to get it. And the hand alone probably weighs almost as much as you do.
Jeez.
It's big as an ostrich.
This was maybe the wrong sort of trophy to grab. Okay.
Trinket walks over and takes it up in his jaw.
Wow. You're really strong. Did you know that? And I guess I'm gonna, you don't have to carry it just yet because I want to set fire to the body and burn it.
Okay.
I'll use some of the branches from the trees he fucking knocked over to set a fire around.
Okay, you do notice that because this area is very thickly wooded, setting a fire in the middle of the Parchwood Forest, probably not a good idea.
I'm gonna do it in the opening right there. Look at that. I guess I can't because...
You try and tug the creature, and even with the trinket's help, this thing weighs like 2 tons.
I feel like as a hunter, I would know how to set a fire to something without setting fucking fire to trees. I'm good at campfires.
Make a wisdom survival check. No advantage on this one. This is you would have disadvantage, so it's negating it.
Terrain.
Roll for
Yo, this is survival?
Survival.
18.
18. It takes you the better part of the evening, but you manage to set a very localized flame around this, making sure you have very, very damp moss and bits of wet mud caked around to make sure that the flame doesn't spread. Eventually the body does begin to burn, and by the time you finish and you feel successful, you notice the faint glimmer of morning sun beginning to crest over the mountain.
I bet everyone thinks we're dead. Hey, Pelo. Pelo. I don't know if I'm saying your name wrong. Thanks for that. And I'll be here next time you send something my way.
So bruised, beaten, you and Trinket find your way back to Whitestone. You stumble up just as everyone's kind of coming to consciousness. The worrying has kept you up, and you've been...
I've known that the necklace hasn't gone.
Yes. And eventually, as you guys are getting breakfast and discussing if anyone had seen you, you watch as Vexalia stumbles in, bloodied, bruised, filthy, and Trinket stumbles in beneath and just kind of chucks this giant gray severed hand of a creature onto the ground.
And she's great with money, and oh look, she's back.
Oh, you look awesome. You look like shit, but you look awesome.
Who has mimosa?
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, here. You look great.
this-
That thing looks so heavy.
the staff
It is so heavy.
scatter
I couldn't pick it up.
to make you
Trick, I had to
mimosas.
carry it.
What did that belong to?
It was this big, like, weird rhino-y thing with, like, 6 eyes. And, like, I tried to talk to him, but he just didn't want to listen. And I swear, he almost fucking killed me.
And did you
I
have
didn't want
anything
him
to ask to him?
I mean, yeah.
Big rhino
Yeah.
thing with 6 eyes.
I said, fire time for you, bud.
Sure, you've read around.
What am I rolling?
This would be a general intelligence check.
Just a general intelligence check?
I've read around.
23.
23. As soon as she says that, and you're like, this is a gray render.
You killed a gray render.
Wait, I asked you before I left. Do you know of anything that's grey with, like, 6 eyes and you didn't know, and now you know?
Seeing the hand kind of triggered it.
There's a surprising number of things with 6 eyes, and that's that's interesting.
Wait, he was really, really tough to kill.
Oh, yeah.
Guys. I mean, if we would have
The
been,
things
if we
you-
been there together, like, no problem.
What
like,
you know of gray
insta-death,
renders
but-
is they are asexual creatures that reproduce only one asexually per generation. They are territorial and very protective of their young, and generally sometimes bind themselves as a protector of a certain territory, and given certain circumstances can choose either an individual or a space to protect as well. But that can depend on circumstances. Otherwise,
Right.
they can be a dangerous force of nature.
Wait, does that mean it was a good guy? Did I kill a good thing?
That means it was natural. It didn't have a good or bad aspect to it.
Does that mean it's got like a baby somewhere in the woods and I just
Maybe.
didn't know about it?
Maybe not. That means that you were sent and that you did what you thought was right. This thing could have been a terrible danger.
Well, yeah.
Don't second guess yourself.
No.
You're alive. You're doing good.
Yeah.
Plus, it's kind of cool that you killed something called a gray render to become the lady
Grey hunt.
of the gray hunt.
Totally. Hey, that makes sense.
Yes, that is a thing.
And you did it by yourself.
Yo, I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm okay. No, I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna drink my mimosa.
Just keep going.
Okay. I need sleep. It's been a while. I'm gonna go lay down. I love you guys.
I love you.
I'm so glad you're here, Pike.
Me too.
Good night.
You
All right.
did it.
I'm going to take my sister to bed.
I'm very proud
Thank you.
We've all learned things from single moms today.
Way to bring it all back.
Oh my god. Can I have that?
I feel really good. Can you?
Is there? Do they do something with this trophy, or is that?
I mean, for it is the property of whoever succeeds at the Grey Hunt. It is their trophy to mount, utilize, or discard as they please.
I just want to like go over and fold all the fingers back except the middle one.
Can Grog lift it okay? I guess he's probably
Yeah,
the
you
only
can
one.
lift it fine. You're 26 strength. Yeah, you're like,
A message from beyond.
as you're kind of walking downstairs, Cassandra, who's awake and kind of in her nightwear, groggily steps down the street and sees down the stairs and sees you. Oh, how's it gone?
It went great. No problems at all. Totally took care of the problem in the woods, and you are safe, and so is all of Whitestone.
So it's a success.
Yes, great, grand success by a mile. Just totally a success.
Little woozy, but she did the thing.
Even amongst your messy self, she kind of leans in and just gives you a soft hug and holds you for a second and pulls away. And she's shorter than you. You're for a half elf, you're average size, but she's pretty short for a human, especially for the amount of personality she wields. But she looks up at you and says,
the amount of personality she wields is what you just did.
Like emanating, emanating from her. Like huge tracts of land. That's not what I meant. Jeez.
Personality.
You guys, I swear to God.
So much.
We are children.
But she looks up at you and says, congratulations. Welcome to the chamber.
Oh, thank you.
Our mistress of the Greyhound.
Glad to be here.
She kind of pats your cheek. Anyway, I'm gonna get some breakfast. And she looks down and notices the kind of somewhat congealed blood that's now spattered across parts of her.
Sorry about
I'm going to go put on another dress. Anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm glad. She walks back up to her chamber to change outfit as you guys continued on to see Vexta sleep.
Yeah, let's get you into bed. Yeah? You get some sleep.
It's so funny. I had this vision when he said Greyhound. I was gonna charge in and be so amazing and maybe wear like a top hat as I was doing it, you know, just be like really badass.
A top hat.
Yeah, you know, something like very hunty
Yeah.
sort of
I can picture it.
thing. And then it just fell fucking apart. I mean, like, no, I mean, I killed it, don't worry, but then as I was doing it, I was like, maybe I shouldn't be killing it, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and then I tried to talk to it, and it just didn't sound like it was listening to me, and then it, like, went away, and it might have been, like, going away, because I asked it to go away.
I'm opening the door to her room. I'm leading her in.
I mean, how many more times am I gonna have to fucking do that? Hopefully not a lot, right?
Maybe not ever again. That's what it sounded like.
Right.
Could be years.
Could be years.
Come on, let's get you undone. I start undoing the braid.
You start doing her braid,
Yeah.
helping her. As you do, she's like falling asleep while standing, and like the Fenthras just drops to the ground. Clack, 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 clack.
I'll just
So nice.
set it. Yeah. Come on,
Okay.
in bed. Don't fall asleep yet, though.
I'm listening.
Are you?
Yes. You look like Mother right now. You do. Keep going. I'm not sleeping, I'm just closing my eyes.
Fuck, I love you.
I love you.
So you did it. You did the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've carved out a little spot for yourself here.
Oh, well,
For now.
yeah, I guess so.
This is the second half of that conversation. We've nothing left to do in the short term.
Right.
And you love Percival,
Mhm.
and Percival loves you.
So much, like he's just so in love.
No
like,
duh,
I can-
no duh.
Obviously.
And I love Keyleth.
Hmm.
And Kiki loves me.
Just so much.
I don't know.
So much.
I don't want to set time on it, but
You're leaving?
you are going to stay here for a while. Yes. And you're welcome to come with me, but I don't think you want to go.
No.
You know, I'd hoped we'd have the gate stone for this moment, but
Wait, are you fucking leaving now?
no.
Sit up.
No, don't jump ahead of yourself. No, I just meant we have work to do. I'm going to go to Zephyra, and you're going to be nobility?
I don't fucking know.
No, that's funny.
How stupid is that, huh?
Just a little bit, but you wear it really well.
Thanks.
Really well.
You know,
You're classy.
we get some dresses made. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
It'll be so classy.
I'm gonna go, you're gonna stay here. But now we have some homework to do.
About what? About?
Gods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keyleth can get us anywhere
Yeah.
when we need.
She's super, super badass.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But you and I need to... Well, we need to enjoy ourselves. You need to enjoy yourself. But we also need to meet up and do a little research. Because... Calm down. You made the offer, not
I
me.
know, I'm an idiot.
So am I.
This is so stupid.
But we need to spend
Why
a
are
little...
we making plans for it? I mean, I'm so excited about it.
We're making plans for it because she is not done.
I know.
You don't know.
No, I do.
She spoke to me, Vex. Vexalia.
Okay.
And we're all of them are tied up in this, and we need to have some idea of what we're doing, because whatever just happened is just a test run in her eyes.
Oh, you mean like hell? I know! No, like all of it, right? Like the dragons, everything. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know. The thing is, like, what are we gonna do? We don't know when she's gonna cash in on this.
No, it could be a decade from now.
Exactly.
Yes.
So what are you gonna do? Live a decade going, the Raven Queen's expecting something?
No.
Or are you gonna live a decade going, well, here's my fuck all life. I'm enjoying it.
Both of those things.
Okay.
I want to enjoy myself, but just in
Good.
case it's sooner rather than later, you and I need to do a little bit of homework,
And
which
we-
you were very good at in school.
I'm awesome at homework and killing giant grey things. I can't remember its name anymore. Renders.
I'm going to Zephyr.
When? Why do you keep saying it?
Eventually.
Okay.
Because it hurts, because I love you, because you are... Stop laughing for a minute. You are my best friend. You are my twinnie, and only you know what that means. Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Well, good. It's all right if you go, dear. You'll still be here. I'll still be there. It's gonna suck. Giant dick.
I don't know how to do anything without you.
Yeah, well, you'll learn. You'll learn. You're learning already.
I'm very proud of you.
Are you like gonna get married? I think you should. I feel like you're gonna do it. I feel like it's gonna happen. I just want to be there for the wedding. Don't like go off in secret and do it, all right? I would be very pissed. I love you. Let me sleep.
Do you need to yak before you go?
No, I'm gonna yak in my sleep. I'm gonna
Alright.
lay on my side.
That sounds bad. Good night. Good night.
As
morning.
she lays over and almost immediately passes out on the bed, you kind of give a long gaze as you step out of the room, Vax, and you turn out of the corner of your eye. You see very faint movement. And you glance over at the edge of the wall next to the door where you leaned Fenthras against the stone, and you watch as elements of the vines and the curves and the designs of Fenthras seem to almost grow and curl even further. The bow seems to have established a more prominent visual presentation.
You're going to have a very good morning. Good night.
So, as Vox Machina completes the final legs of their recent journeys, they come for the first time in a long time to a period of local and nationwide peace, with much to pick up, much to clean, much to rebuild, and much to discover for themselves, the relationships, and what it means to each individual. You guys have a few weeks to contemplate what it is you do together and individually over the next year. When you return in about 2 weeks to Critical Role proper, it's going to be a little over a year later from this moment.
Holy shit!
Really?
Yeah, we're going to be returning to you guys. We'll talk about this and we'll get an idea of what you guys want to do. However, next week we're still having an episode, but we have the pleasure of Liam O'Brien here running the next one-shot following his last one at Warner Brothers, in which both me and Marisha will actually be able to play in. So that's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Is Conan coming? Is
Conan
Conan going?
O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien? Yeah, he
Yes.
seems available. I'm pretty sure he's not doing much.
Yeah.
We'll get him and Colbert a guest.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so we have.
Welcome back, Ashley. Now you have to wait a year to play again.
1 year later.
Yeah, 1 year later. So we'll talk and converse individually and as a group what you guys want to accomplish over the next year without the constant threat of perpetual death. And we'll see where that takes us in 2 weeks for the story of Vox Machina into the final arc of your story. And return next week for the awesome one shot. I'm super excited. I've never been able to play with most of you guys at all,
Like,
which is pretty rad.
I think it's like Satine ran a game like half a decade ago that we played
Yeah.
in together.
But like playing as yourself. That's what's
What
weird.
if-
Yeah.
What if Matt
Mad
sucks?
Max.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm going to be so bad.
What if he's awful?
I'm okay in the DM's chair, but I'm the worst player.
Like, most favorite terrain get me?
Not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a rules lawyer. So memorize your fucking player's handbook.
I apologize in advance. Oh yeah, I probably should have announced the winner earlier. I feel really bad. I got caught up in the story. Ninja Joel 75, congratulations. I'm sure you already know this, and you probably have known for a couple hours. But anyway, congratulations, you won the awesome package. Anyway, all right, well, we'll see you guys next week for Liam's awesome game, and we'll see you the week after that for the continuation of Vox Machina's story a year later. Until then, rest well, and is it Thursday yet? Have a good night, guys.